All right, I will open the Zoning Board of Appeals meeting for Wednesday, July 9th, 2025, in the James H. Crocker Jr. Hearing Room on the second floor of the Town Hall at 367 Main Street, Hyannis. To all persons interested in or affected by the action of the Zoning Board of Appeals are hereby notified pursuant to Section 11 of Chapter 48 of the General Laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and all amendments thereto that this public hearing will be held today, Wednesday, July 9th, 2025. We'll start with introduction of board members. Myself, Jacob Dewey, Herb Bodenseek.
Present.
Paul Pinard.
Present.
Mark Hanson.
Present.
Aaron Webb.
Present.
Larry Hurwitz.
Present.
Manny Alves.
Present.
Rodney Tavano is absent. Natalie Pittenger.
Present.
Almost all here. All right. Notice of recording the meeting. This meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals will be recorded and broadcast on the Town of Barnstable's Government Access Channel in accordance with MGL Chapter 30A, Section 20. I must inquire whether anyone is recording the meeting. If so, please make their presence known. Seeing none. First order was the minutes from the May 14th meeting. Does anyone have any comments or questions on those?
Nope.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from May 14th, 2025.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, those are approved. All right, first order of old business. Appeal number 2025-013, Wilkins Lane Properties LLC has applied for a special permit pursuant to Section 240-125C 1-3 special permit provisions and 240-38-1F mixed-use subzone of Medical Services Overlay District. The applicant seeks to construct 5 residential apartment buildings containing a total of 320 units, which will be served by a combination of service parking and detached garages. The proposal also includes 1 single-story clubhouse / leasing building and residential amenities such as pool, courtyards, outdoor seating areas, grills, and a dog run area. The subject property is located at 0 Wilkins Lane, Hyannis, Mass., as shown on Assessor's Map 296 as parcel 039-001. It's located in the Industrial IND, Residence G, RG, and Business B zoning districts and Medical Services Overlay, the MSO, mixed-use subzone of the MSO, and GP and AP overlay districts. This was continued from May 28, 2025, which we did have testimony, and then June 11, 2025, when the elevator was not functioning, there was no testimony. And members assigned were myself, Herb Bodenseek, Mark Hanson, Manny Alves, and Natalie Pittenger. Attorney Ford?
And I think Mr. Bodenseek is also assigned?
Yeah, myself, Herb Bodenseek, Mark Hanson,
Yes.
Manny Alves, and Natalie Pittenger.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, Attorney Michael Ford, I'm here on behalf of Wilkins Lane Properties. Together with me is John Tuig of New England Development, where we'd like to start, with your permission tonight, Mr. Chairman, is to present testimony in response to many of the comments that we received at the May 28th remote meeting, some of which were comments from board members and some of which were comments from the general public. We did file on June 6th, 2025, which you have in your packet, a response to comments memo, but that only made its way, obviously, to the board members and the board packet. And so we felt, in keeping with the way the board has tried to conduct this hearing, insisting on one, at least one, live hearing and one remote, tonight being the live hearing, that we would like to make a presentation really on things that we heard, which will be an expansion of the comment memo that we gave the board members, but we've got it in a slide form so that the public can follow, in general, not specifically, but in general, all of the comments and all of the responses that we've given the board members to review, so they can share in those responses and then participate in the additional public comment sections that you may have this evening. So we'd like to start with that presentation in that form, with your permission.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Tuig, who will start that presentation on what we heard at the last meeting and our responses to that. Mr. Tuig. He will also introduce the rest of the team.
Good evening. My name is John Tuig with New England Development. We do have a cast of characters with us tonight, Paul Sincata, who's one of my colleagues, and Mark Jackson. We also have our partner with us, the Hanover Company, David Hall and Steve Dazzo, and their stormwater engineer, Nate Geel, in case there's any questions that may revolve around that. Obviously, Attorney Ford, and we have Tim Sullivan, who works with us. And then finally, Jeff Dirk from Vanessa & Associates, who does our traffic work. As Mike mentioned, this is our second full evening with you. At the last meeting, we sort of spent a little bit of time about who we are and what we did and sort of what the first part of the building, the first phase of the project looked like. So we're not going to repeat that, give you a little bit of a primer on the project itself. But as Mike said, really mentioning on and focusing on what we heard. And you're going to see a lot of slides with a lot of words, and I'm not going to read all those. I'm just going to kind of give you a sense of sort of the topic and how we responded to it. You got a detailed response. A couple of things are new. Like water and sewer is going to be a little bit different than what we originally filed in your package. So we'll touch on that. And then Mike's going to talk about the special permit criteria. So just to remind everybody, obviously the site, this was we purchased this site from Cape Cod Hospital. It was originally going to be a development where they were going to actually one time move the hospital, reimbursement and different things changed. We did what is commonly known as Hanover Hyannis 1, our first project with Hanover. We have the opportunity to do a few other parcels. This would be the second part of that. We went through a rezoning process. What is before you tonight is really 320 units, with 42 of them being affordable, located on the 17-acre parcel that you see and labeled as project site. The building is a little bit different than our first building. It's a series of multiple buildings. When we met with the Cape Cod Commission and also here with Barnstable Planning, the thought was, could it be a little less in scale, a little bit different in roof line, more buildings, spread out a little bit, more grass areas. That's what you see before you as some of the imagery that we went through. But as Mike mentioned, really my part is to talk a little bit about the sort of what we heard. One of the questions that came up was, how does this project satisfy the zoning requirements for the special permit? Residential is allowed. If the residential or any portion of it is more than 1,000 feet away from Kids Hill, then you have to seek a special permit. What this map shows is that from Kids Hill, the parcel in question is more than 1,000 feet. So that was one of the questions that was raised. A second question, where we spent some time talking about, is really affordability. This project certainly meets the affordability requirements under the zoning. When we went through the rezoning with council here, council wanted to get more than the 10%. We did add more than that. They wanted it to be 10% of it being at a 65% AMI, and then the balance, another 10 units, being at 80%. So then we also talked about, though, and people raise the concerns about, is this truly affordable, and what about, and people have all kinds of names for it, middle income level, people who are at sort of that 100% level, that 110% level. And I think if you drive out there tonight, and I was there an hour ago, who are you going to see that's there? And I'm going to talk a little bit about that because I think it's very important that people realize. And I'm using the first building as an example because very rarely do you get to be able to talk about what do we think is really going to happen. Well, we have actual evidence because we've done this building. It's over 90% leased. Who's living there? Well, you should know 2/3 of the people came directly from the Cape and other places. And if you drive around, you'd say you're going to see trucks that are electricians, and you're going to see painters, and you're going to see cleaning companies, and you're going to see professionals, and you're going to see young people. You're going to see a mix of people who live in this building. And what we've been able to determine, and I put up here, and I'll go through in a minute, sort of where this workforce housing with sort of middle income level. We have healthcare professionals, we have first responders, we have people who are teachers, who are principals who live there, people who are in the trades who live here, people who are in retail, who work for hotels, and people who are in professional services. And I'm going to show you what that breakdown is. And one thing I can tell you about the first building is 70% of the people that live there are 110% or below in AMI. That means we have a whole cadre of people who are at 65, who are at a level of in the 80s, then we have people at 100, 110%. That's 70% of the people that live there. So and this was a concern that was expressed by the council originally. What kind of folks are going to live here? Is it going to be the type of building that you can have all kinds of people who are going to be there to deal with the shortage of housing that's on the Cape? So I think that's very important. And I know, for example, I think it was Mr. Alves raised the question about utilities. We have a very efficient building, probably the most efficient that you can have. It's brand new. Utilities, I can tell you anecdotally, because we don't bill for the utilities, because obviously utility companies, depending on the unit size, it's anywhere between $100 and $160 for electric, and it's about $49 for water and sewer. Now, how that really works in the affordable units, that all gets computed in with the total affordable charge, obviously doesn't in the market rate. But it gives you a sense that 70% of the units are going for people that's 110% or less. So that really, I think, is important. If you go to the next slide, this really gives you the breakdown of the tenant mix. Now, is this exactly what's going to happen in the second building? Don't know, but it's a fair, I think, representative sample. 13% in healthcare, as I said, government, education, hospitality, and retail. So what we have today, and I called out a few comments, 60 people are working in healthcare, and that's nurses, and that's doctors, and that's technicians. We have 45 people who work for town government, not just this town, but other towns in the area. And about 60 people are in the affordable residences. So that gives you a sense of sort of what that first building, and we fully expect that our next building will be very much like this. This building, by the way, is over 90% leased. It leased up extraordinarily quickly. So people say, well, is there a demand here? There's absolutely a demand and a need for what's here. The next comment, we were asked about water and sewer. Now, you got a letter probably from, I think Chief Beal sent in a letter, and we got a letter from Sean Anderson right before our last meeting that wanted to talk about, well, is there adequate water and sewer? And one of the questions on sewer, and we tried to put it up here, is, they wanted us to do a new model, and we hired VHB and working with the DPW to do a new model on sewer. And you should have in your packet an email from early July from the town engineer that says they are satisfied that there's adequate sewer to be able to handle this location. The other thing, and I think you already had it from Sean Anderson, was that there was adequate water to be able. So those were 2 points that were raised and that we've actually been working on since our last meeting to be sure that those got addressed. The other thing, and sort of the next sort of part of what we heard, was the idea of the water connections being fed from different areas. And we spent a lot of time working on how, and actually are proposing a condition. And this condition is one that we have spent time with Chief Beal and Sean Anderson on. There's really 3 different options if we want to make that extra connection. Sort of one out to BJ's, one out to kids, one out to ultimately out to addicts. We can do, and they actually asked us to rank which one they would have, and we told them that we would follow that ranking. So there is a condition to address that issue, and that's something that's a little new, but it was something that they wanted to be sure that we would connect to a 12-inch water main. And Mike, who's actually done the negotiations on that, can speak to that. There was a question about fire hydrant plan. Obviously, that was part of our site plan approval and providing that to the chief, and obviously the final plan as part of construction will be done. Another issue was solar. Now, under the new code, and there were a lot of questions about what are you going to do about solar? Well, actually, we're required to do, under the new code, the structural capacity. We're required to size everything appropriately so we can have sewer, including on the electrical and the utility rooms, and to have pathways to be able to allow the installation. Now, we're not going to do the installation right now. One, was a little bit challenged with roof, but also the technology that's changing in solar. Solar panels are shrinking in size. They're becoming more effective. We think if we wait a little period of time, we actually can have a much more effective solar program. Get it all ready, spend the dollars. You actually have to hire a solar consultant to be ready to do it, but allow the technology to catch up a little bit. In the interim, as part of our Cape Cod Commission decision, we agreed to enter into a green power purchase agreement so that 50% of our power will be from renewable sources, and that's part of this project. So that's sort of our renewable story. There's a question about fire alarm system and sprinklers. Yes, there will be, according to state building code, those. There was also a question about emergency access in one driveway. We ended up had Vanessa do a plan. We had Chief Beal out We looked at a lot of related issues to be sure that the access and the sight lines all worked, and I won't go through the details on that, but that ended up having a separate plan for Chief Beal to review and approve. Another question was parking spaces. We have a total of 478 parking spaces on site, 432 are surface, and 46 will be garage. Both at the Cape Cod Commission, and actually, if you remember, at the last hearing we had a member of, was dealing with Voc Tech, and are there opportunities for, and are the spaces sized? Well, I can tell you, just having driven around there are plenty of pickup trucks, trade vehicles who are parked in those parking spots. We also have the garage spots that they can do to be able to have trade vehicles and larger vehicles, and actually there are 2 garage spots where you can have storage in them. So that is an opportunity that we provide at the existing building, and we'll be providing here at our second building. Another question, were there charges for e-bikes and scooters? Yes, and people who have those, regardless of what any of us may think about e-bikes and scooters, but I won't go there right now. But yes, there are opportunities for that. Bus service. We were asked about the bus service as part of, again, our Cape Cod Commission decision. There was a request to continue to coordinate on potentially what might be a bus stop on Wilkins Lane, which we agreed to do. And also we are within walking distance of a lot of the shopping centers and actually 2 bus stops today. There was also a question about Cape Cod Aggregates, our neighbor. Could we do a secondary access? We are designing it so eventually there could be, although there are some grade changes, and obviously we don't own the land, but we're not foreclosing that opportunity to have that as an access point. Another issue that was raised and a question that was raised was about stormwater and nitrogen. This was something we spent a lot of time on. There are no nitrogen fertilizers to be used on this site, and there was also how we're dealing with the flow was to avoid impact with the bags. So those were 2 things that we spent a lot of time on. And finally, one of the questions that came up was sort of a fiscal question about tax generation. We did do a full fiscal study. And again, remembering this was part of a nonprofit, did not generate any tax revenue. We did engage Fougere and Associates, who's a well-known fiscal and financial consultant, to look at it. They concluded that the expected gross tax is about $850,000, net taxes in excess of $500,000. We asked them to take pretty conservative views. We tell them to look at everything from what could, if you have a new resident in town, what's the cost associated with going to the library? What's the cost associated with police, with fire, with school children? And we look at all those costs, do interviews, put costs to that, so we come up with a net number, and in this case, a little bit more than $500,000 for this project. One-time permit fees for this project, about $630,000. And in addition, the 42 affordable housing units, and I don't want to lose sight of that because these are non-subsidized. These are units that we build ourselves. These units cost anywhere from about $275,000 to $325,000 a unit. They're a unit for which there will be no return on it, but you build it as part of the affordability. And that's something to have that many units in one place, will be over 70 with the 2 buildings, is both unusual, and to have it without a subsidy, again, we think is a real benefit and opportunity. So with that said, I'd like to turn it back to Attorney Ford, who will just sort of touch on the special permit criteria. I hope this was helpful. It is very consistent with what we submitted. Again, a little bit of new information on the water and sewer to respond to the letters that were delivered to you right before our last meeting. Okay, Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Tuig. I'd like to address just briefly the special permit criteria. We addressed it in detail in our application. We did a detailed narrative, so you have that in your file. Basically, the ordinance under 240-125C1 through 3, which applies to all special permits, requires a 3-pronged test. The board members are very familiar with it. 1, you've got to show that you fall within a category specifically accepted by this chapter. 2, you've got to present evidence at the public hearing or hearings that show that the project fulfills the spirit and intent of the chapter and won't have a substantial detriment to the public good or the neighborhood. And 3, you've got to show that you've undergone site plan review and they've found the project to be approvable in accordance with Article 9 of the zoning ordinance. So just to spend a moment on each one of those, with respect to the first one, A, there's a couple of things that we have to meet to do that. First, we've got to meet a dimensional table that is within the section of the ordinance itself, 240-38.1F, which is where the authority to grant a special permit is located. And that's on property, any portion of which the lot is outside the 1,000 feet from Kids Hill Road. And we have that plan. I can return to that plan when we need to, but that's the first checkoff, and clearly we meet that. Now, that section itself requires very specific special permit criteria. The lot has to be at least 90,000 square feet or 1,500 square feet per unit. The lot in question, as Mr. Tuig indicated, is 17 acres, 652,497 square feet, and a little over 2,000 square feet per unit. So we meet the minimum lot, we meet the minimum per unit number. So there's a yes there. Minimum frontage of the lot, there isn't a frontage requirement set forth in that section of the bylaw. We are proposing 56.1 feet. Suggests that we certainly meet that. The A&R plan that creates these lots has already been approved by the planning board, finding that frontage has been met. Minimum yard setback, 60 feet, is the requirement in the ordinance. We're at 106.5 at our closest. The minimum side and rear yards, 30 feet. We meet that. Our closest is 31. Maximum building height, and this is for on a lot more than 10 acres in the subzone, is 55 feet. We're less than the 55 feet, so we meet that. Maximum lot coverage. The ordinance allows you to go up to 25%. We're at 16.2% with this particular project, and so we meet that requirement. Maximum impervious coverage, 50%, because we're in the overlay groundwater districts. We're at 47.5, and so we meet that requirement. There's a green space requirement of 20 feet around the perimeter, and we meet that with 30 feet around the perimeter. So in terms of a specific section of the ordinance for which a special permit is authorized, that again is 240-38.1F. There is a plan of that we've showed you. So I'd suggest that together with meeting all of the dimensional requirements for multifamily use in that section and in the ordinance, we fulfill that requirement. Site plan special permit, site plan approval, we received a letter from Commissioner Florence on April 17, 2025. We were before site plan on 3 occasions. The first was for them to review it and then obviously send it to the Cape Cod Commission because it was a mandatory referral. As Mr. Tuig said, we went through all of the process at the Cape Cod Commission, and pleased to report that the Commission did vote unanimously to grant a Development of Regional Impact permit. At that point, we came back to the Site Plan Review Committee and had informal meetings, and then at a formal meeting on April 17th, the site plan was found to be approvable. There were some conditions with respect to sewer and water. Those conditions have been addressed by, one, the water condition that Mr. Tuig has indicated we're offering as a condition of any approval of this special permit. And the second is the finding by the Department of Public Works that there is sufficient capacity in the existing sewer collection infrastructure to meet the requirements of this particular development. So while we will return to site plan, assuming this board approves the project, to get those formally checked off, we did want to report to you that we believe that we've complied with those particular conditions subsequent that were contained in the site plan approval. So that leaves us with the third prong, which is the prong that the board members need to make findings on, which is an evaluation of all the evidence presented at the public hearings, not just by the applicant, obviously, but by the public as well. That evidence is not only oral testimony that you've heard from the applicant and our representatives, but also testimony that you've heard from the public, pro and con with respect to the proposal itself. And then you need to make a finding that it meets the spirit and intent of the ordinance. I'd suggest respectfully that it does. It not only meets the spirit and intent in this case, but also the letter of the ordinance by being able to check off all the various requirements, dimensional use and otherwise, that are laid out in the ordinance for the permitting of this particular project on this site. And then you have to make a finding that it won't be substantially detrimental to the public good, substantially detrimental to the public good or the neighborhood affected. And we think you can do that. I'd like to review just a couple of the benefits that we believe we would ask you to take into consideration as you come to those conclusions. First, the annual positive net fiscal impact, we'd suggest, Mr. Tewing touched on it, with a net of over $500,000 coming in to the town and the fire district on properties that previously were not generating any real estate taxes. Second, this not only provides year-round housing that was obviously much needed, as proven by Hanover 1, all of the buildings being constructed there in the entire project, and 95% leased. And so obviously there was a great deal of need that is being filled by that project to start with, and we believe that need is still out there for this second Hanover project. The year-round housing obviously includes the proposed 42 units that Mr. Tewig spoke about, and I want to touch on two aspects of them that he didn't mention in benefits. One, that the council required in the ordinance that they be rental only. These can't be changed to condominiums and sold off as condominium units. And then secondly, that there couldn't be any short-term rentals. While 10% of the units may be leased for a term of less than 12 months, they can't be leased for less than 6 months. And that 10% was in keeping with the testimony that we gave the council when they were forming the amendment to the ordinance, that you get people in transition and turnover, and you need to have some units that are available. But they insisted that those be at least rented for 6 months, again, to take them out of the short-term rental aspect. So all of that is conditions that are contained right in the ordinance, and certainly would be conditions that you would reference and incorporate by reference in any special permit that you issued. And then the 42 units are all deed restricted. Just like any other affordable unit, that these would have the state deed restrictions that are approved not only by the state, but also by the town. And those restrictions are in place with Phase 1, and they will be in place with Phase 2. We feel you can also find that this is a good redevelopment of this area. For those of you who have been here for a while, you realize that this was a sand mining operation on this particular lot. The Cape Cod Commission felt this as a real plus, that the ecological condition of the land was actually being upgraded with this development. And so as a redevelopment, we'd suggest that you can, again, make a finding that this won't be substantially more detrimental than what was there. The project will result in improvements to pedestrian infrastructure. I reviewed in some detail at the remote meeting that you had last time, so it's already in your record, about the various sidewalks that were done in Phase 1, the completion of those sidewalks that's happening in Phase 2, the ADA requirements and upgrades that are being made with respect to those sidewalks and then to areas on the site itself, all of which we'd suggest are benefits, all of which go to the test of whether it's substantially detrimental to the public good. The project will utilize high-efficiency electric heat pumps for heating, reducing our regional reliance on fossil fuels. And again, as Mr. Tuig indicated, as a requirement until solar is actually installed on these buildings, the Cape Cod Commission put a requirement that 50% of our energy we have to buy from renewable sources. So green energy contract requirement is something that we're already under a requirement for, given the DRI decision. The project is walkable. There's retail in the area, dining establishments. It's located within a distance not far from public bus routes. And there are a series of sidewalks, while it may seem like a long walk, that you can get safely with lights and crosswalks to the recreation area at Hathaway's Pond. Again, as a requirement of the Cape Cod Commission, we're in an area where we couldn't have a total nitrogen release on this site of more than 5 parts per million. We came in at 0.31 parts per million nitrogen, given the design of the project, the fact that it's on sewer, and the landscaping that exists on the site. We've suggested, and this isn't on the slide itself, but I'll just add a couple of things that Mr. Tuig touched on. We've proposed a condition where the water system design, it was the desire of both the Water Department and the Fire Department, both under the umbrella of the Barnstable Water and Fire District, that there be a second means of connection to this site. And by that I mean there's a 12-inch main in Wilkins that we'd be coming off of. They wanted us to connect to another separate 12-inch main. And the closest one is BJ's. And while does not appear, given our early investigation, necessarily real estate rights to allow that to happen, we, together with the Water Department, and we will cooperate with them, are going to make a request to see if we can't get permission to hook up. That's the first choice. If that isn't workable, then the second choice for the Water District is to have the second connection to a 12-inch main out to attics. And that's in the condition itself. And then the third choice, if the attics for whatever reason didn't work, and that would be across other property of Cape Cod Hospital that we've spoken to them about, would be to cross Hanover 1 and have a 12-inch main that goes out to Kids Hill. So we've agreed with their requirements to have that double connection, if you will. That's a recommendation of their engineer, and we agree with it. And we were willing to work with them to put that condition before you in any special permit that you issue. Again, we feel that that's something that can help you with a finding that this will not be substantially detrimental to the public good or the neighborhood. We've completed, at the request of the Department of Public Works, an analysis of the sewer collection system to make sure that there is capacity for this. We've submitted a memorandum to the Department of Public Works on that. And the Department of Public Works asked that we update, if you will, their model that they use, and they have a formula for it that they apply when determining what kind of capacity they have in various areas of the sewer system. Hadn't been updated since 2016, and so we agreed, and we worked with them and have produced a workable model for them that has been delivered to the Department of Public Works. All part of the sewer evaluation that they had required in their site plan review. So those are just some of the things that we feel that you can not only make a finding that this will not be substantially detrimental to the public good, but we'd suggest that you can make a finding that the granting of this special permit will be in keeping with the public good, given the need to fill the housing that is not only shown to be a need by Phase 1, but continues to be a need by the public support we've received for Phase 2. So that's our opening comments. We appreciate the opportunity to make those, both with respect to the special permit and what we've heard. We're all here to listen and to answer questions.
Thank you, Attorney Ford. Did any board members have any questions specific to just, updates or things of that nature before? I don't have any sort of discussion or deliberation, but more just factual questions or updates before we open for public comment. Go ahead, Natalie.
I'd just like to know, on the parking, it's 1.5 parking spaces per unit, right?
It's actually
1.49.
1.49.
And it's somewhere
Stop on the mic, please.
Just push it once. There.
yeah, the annual rental population is 2.6?
The annual rental?
Yes, right. In other words, the population per unit would be 2.6. So I'm just trying to
I would
draw a
need to
correlation
defer.
between the number of individuals possibly in the unit versus the number of parking spaces available.
Sure. I know that the number of parking spaces meets the requirements of the ordinance.
Oh, I understand that part,
Right.
but it
And,
may not meet the requirements of convenience of, in other words, do you have enough parking for the tenants that will be there?
Yeah, I believe we do, but perhaps there's somebody that can speak to that.
We do, actually.
Mr.
Steve-
Toohey.
Yeah, thank you. With your permission, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
We do, if you go on any given day to the parking area, the 2.6 number is not correct. That's too high. You have a lot of singles and a lot of one-bedrooms. So you don't have that number of people. If you go to the parking lot, if you go there tonight, we're at a time frame right before this hearing, plenty of open parking spots and availability. There are empty garage spots that are available. So what you're finding today in Massachusetts, that the number is around 1.27 is really what they're finding for parking requirements for buildings of this type of approximately 300 units. So that's pretty much a industry average. We're almost at 1.5, which today in most communities would be considered a little heavy for parking based on people who are living there, occupancy, and parking demand.
What was the ratio in Hanover 1?
Hanover 1 was, I'll ask Steve, about the same. I want to say it might have been 151, but it's right. It's right about there's no desire to overbuild parking today and to have more impervious surface. And what you're finding, I mean, in a more urban setting, they're literally going for 0 or 0.25. I mean, less than 1. Obviously, that's not appropriate here. But it is in a suburban setting, all of Massachusetts, our projects, if we're doing a project up in Newburyport, obviously different than Barnstable, but similarities with it, and their number is 1.25. Is what the requirements are. And that's really kind of where the whole, even in a suburban setting where the average is, it's in that range.
Do you expect connection between the two, Hanover 1 and 2, that parking could or would be shared?
No, we don't.
Mark?
Two very quick questions based on what you presented. One, we know that the whole property is serviced by heat pumps. Is there any backup system on site for power failures, extended power failures?
I know there are generators on site that are generators on site for. Okay. There's not a generator for power. There is a generator for the sewer.
For the sewer, but how if the pumps, let's say, I don't know if they're driven by for sprinkler systems, things like that. If they require power, or if there's anything there that requires that. If there was a say 2 or 3 or 4 day power loss, would they be prepared for that? That was just a question. My other question was, you mentioned that there's no subsidy, no public subsidy. Is that not from the town of Barnstable, or is that no subsidy at all, no state subsidy, anything?
No state, no federal, no town, no subsidy at all.
Okay, thank you.
You had mentioned that 60 people are served in the affordable units in Project 1. What were the number of units, what percentage did they represent? I'm talking about Phase 1.
Phase 1, same thing, 13%.
It was the same.
Yes. It was constructed under the same ordinance. The difference being that that one didn't come to the Board of Appeals because they were built on an area of the property that was within 1,000 feet of Kids Hill and therefore didn't trigger a special permit, so they were allowed as a right once the Cape Cod Commission approved them.
And was the allocation of the percentage of AMI the same? 10%?
Yes. Yes, it was. 65, 10%, 3% at 80%.
And I think you addressed this last time. I thought I made a note, but I couldn't find it. Are the garage spots going to be available for the affordable units?
Oh, they are, right? Garage spots available for... Yeah. Yes, you can get, garage spots are available
But at
for a
market-
price.
At
Yeah.
market rates?
Right.
They're not part of the affordable,
That's correct.
understood. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I got a question, Jake.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you might just need to clarify this. You said that there's no generator for the heat pumps, but there is for the sewage.
Correct.
Okay, the entire building, Commodore has a generator, doesn't it, for emergency power?
What is?
Yeah. For the fire systems, to meet the fire code.
So your lobbies aren't, public areas don't have emergency power? Battery units for lights? Is that what you're using? But you need exits.
Steve, you want to come up?
Yeah,
and
can this
use the
guy come
mic?
up, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have introduced Mr. Dazzo from the Hanover Company.
Thank you, Attorney Ford and Mr. Chairman. For the record, Steve Dazzo with the Hanover Company. So the life safety systems are on a generator, but the building itself is not.
Okay, so life safety is fire alarm,
Fire alarm, exit lighting.
exit
correct.
lighting is?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess to that point, so if we had a hurricane event storm, you do not have a plan. You would rehouse everyone somewhere else?
Well, it would be an insurance matter at that point. It's the same as if anybody in the public, had to be rehomed if there was a hurricane.
But state guidance is pushing for generator power, correct?
It's not part of the
These kind
building
of
code right
structures.
now, but,
Yeah,
so.
okay. Anyone else? I've got a couple of questions. One, so Mr. Tuig, you brought up, you're serving the workforce. So can you talk to workforce wage here, of what wage you're serving? Because I personally think AMI is just not a relevant number for our community if we're talking about serving the community. So can you just talk about the wage and the percentage of that wage you're looking at serving?
Well, I can give you some examples, if that's helpful. If you are here in Barnstable, if you're at 100%, you're husband and wife or a couple, you're $109,000. That gives you an example. 110%, obviously, you would add to that. So if you have a couple who are, say, renting a one-bedroom, and they're at 100% AMI, they're about $120,000 between the two of them. That's the joint income.
So you talked about paramedics and firefighters, their wage is there if they're living in a one-bedroom?
A lot of that, I gave you the population. I can't speak to particular wages, but we did when we actually populated that building, and you got a sense of, and that's why when I said 70% of the units are at about 110%, so if you figure about $120,000 for that household and down, that's who's living there.
Of the federal AMI number?
Well, of the applicable Barnstable AMI number.
Yes.
And how do you, I'm sorry to interrupt, but how do you know that? I mean, if you're only requiring a certain percentage of affordable units at 60 or 80, how do you know that 70% are meeting 110% of AMI?
There's also a credit issue, and when you take a tenant in, and whether it's
I can't, I'm sorry, I just can't hear
It's also
you.
a credit issue. I mean, we have to understand, people's ability to be able to make payments. because they're going to be able to rent a unit. So obviously, we can't disclose that information with any specificity, but it gives you a sense, and we're able to understand what people can pay, and can they pay for the unit that they're renting. We know
Makes
with
sense.
great specificity, 65 and 80%, because that's run as a lottery. I mean, to give you a sense, we had 150 people for the first 30-some-odd units apply for that. There's a tremendous, and we expect we'll have more affordable units in the second building. We'll have even more people apply for those units. It was oversubscribed by a factor of about 5.
So again, like, I still haven't gotten an answer to the question. Our workforce, you're talking about municipal employees, like those are public salaries. You're saying that 80% of your units are falling into someone affording that at 30% of their income?
I'm saying that somebody that at 70% of the units fall within the 60, starting at 65, up to about 110, 115%.
You're using AMI. I'm asking for workforce wage. You have said that these are serving our workforce. Our workforce, you have specified here, are our first responders, our government, municipal education people. These are publicly available records of what they are paying, what they're making for a wage.
Some
So
are if they're represented by if they're a municipal employee.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I think you could present that number to show that this is serving that, because you've said that it's serving those people.
Well, that's why, for example, for a couple at 100%, it's 109,000. To expect that a couple makes, two people living in a unit make $109,000 as a combined income, that would not be at all surprising.
But we have the data. You could pull the data of what a teacher is making that needs to live by themselves. That's who you say you're serving, or a first responder, a police officer that the department's trying to hire. Are you saying that these rents will fall in that line of what they're getting paid?
But you're assuming that it's only a single person. In many of these units, you have more than one person living in the unit.
Okay. So then two people working for the town can afford to live in these units?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Can you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you help separate which units will be affordable, or is it a combination of both 1, 2s, and 3s bedrooms?
And when you do affordable, you can't have any differentiation in how the units look, where they are, or what they are. So if you have, if your requirement is 10% and you have 101 bedroom units, then 10% of those units have to be affordable. They're not, and they have to be spread throughout all the buildings. They have to be all of equal quality, and they all have to be, if your percentage is 13%, that means 13% of all the different types that you have to be affordable.
Gotcha. Thanks for the explanation.
Just to follow up on the sewer capacity, I get, we've gotten a letter that there is capacity for the project, but we have not gotten an answer of what percentage of the capacity of that line and that pump station is being consumed by this. I still haven't gotten that number, I don't feel, unless I missed it somewhere in here.
I'm going to ask Mark Jackson, who worked, I mean, it's a pretty low number, is what the guy said. Mark Jackson, who works with us at New England Development, spent a lot of time with VHB and DPW.
I'm Mark Jackson, New England Development, for the record. So VHB did the study, and they had found that about 3% of the sewer flow going to the Beerses Way pump station is coming from our site. So a very small amount of the sewer that ultimately gets to that pump station is from our site.
Okay, so there's still 97% capacity on those lines. If 5 more of these structures wanted to go next to it out there, existing lines could handle it.
3% of the total amount that's going there today
Okay.
is from, so there's about 120 or so thousand with the peaking factor that is being contributed from our site. So there's still plenty of capacity. You'd have to dig into the model for this, and it depends on which line, because there's different portions going to different sections of the pipe.
Okay, so this doesn't put us close to
No.
capacity on that line.
No.
There's still a lot left. Okay.
There's still plenty of room.
Okay. Can anyone else have questions? All right. Yeah.
I understand, I understand what Solar Ready is. I'm just interested, if you're not purchasing the system now.
Your microphone's on there.
Okay?
Harvey, or
It's on.
Larry, it's on? Oh, sorry.
It's on, yeah, yeah. If you're not purchasing the equipment now, how is your structural engineer doing his calculations and for wind loading also? Okay, so, I mean, you're building a building, you're putting a roof on it. How do you know it's going to be able to handle a solar system?
Well, as Mr. Tuig indicated, and others know a lot more about this than I do, and I'll let them speak to it, but as he indicated, we've got, if you look at the roofs on these particular buildings, there's not a lot of room up top, unlike the design of the prior buildings. Having said that, they're looking at the solar technology because where they see it going is the solar panels getting smaller and more efficient. And so they think buying that time by making the building solar ready, and to make it solar ready, you've got to wire the entire building for solar. You have to hire a solar consultant who's on board at day one when the building gets constructed to make sure all that gets done. That's now in the state building code. And then while we're waiting for that point to put solar on, we are required to buy 50% of the electrical power for each one of these projects from renewable sources. So, I mean, that's like getting it from a solar source itself.
No, I understand that, but you really didn't answer the question about how your structural engineer is able to do calculations without the equipment, and how you're able to do your wind loading study without the equipment.
I told you there were people in this room that knew more about that than I did, Larry. So let me see if Steve can respond.
Thank you, Attorney Ford, and again, Steve Dazza with the Hanover Company. So just to follow up on what Mr. Tuhig and Attorney Ford said, it's prescriptive in the building code that the solar system actually has to essentially be designed to be considered solar ready. So we have an engineer who's looking at the layout on the roof, so those plans will be produced as part of the design of the building.
But you're talking the actual equipment that's going on the roof, correct?
Correct,
All right,
yes.
and my question is, okay, whenever you do a solar project, a roof-mounted solar project, you need to have a structural engineer certified that the building, the roof can handle the size of the system, and you also have to do wind loading calculations. So what I'm asking is, how can you do that without the equipment?
Well, the system itself will be designed, and we have a structural engineer who will oversee that design as well, alongside the solar consultant.
So it'll be designed, even though it's not going in, it's going to have a design?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, if there's no more questions, I think we could take continued public comment. There were 3 letters that came in. Anna, correct me if there was more, but there was one from Barnstable Fire, one from Barnstable Water, and then there was one from Lori Fenton at Barnstable Housing Authority in support of the project. Does anyone want to speak to this? Just come up. Do we have a sign-in, Anna, or are we just name for the record? Okay. Name and address for the record. Does anyone want to speak to this? Come on up to the microphone.
Thank you. For the record, my name is John Lippman. As many of you know, I'm the former Deputy Director of the Cape Cod Commission, which has unanimously endorsed this project, a collective show of support. As some of you may know, we had a large group of supporters here for the last appeals board meeting, which was postponed due to the elevator issue. We're now in the lip of July here, well into July, actually. So a lot of people are on vacation or have other summertime obligations. We do have support speakers here tonight, as well as a number of letters that I have with me from top Barnstable residents and Barnstable business leaders. Given these realities above, I think that these support letters, which I will submit, have the same stature as in-person speakers. And just to keep things moving, I'm just going to read just a couple of highlights from each letter, just excerpts, so that you get a sense of what people here are thinking. And thank you again for listening to this. One quick note, I believe that I know Michael Loff had written a letter, President and CEO of Cape Cod Healthcare. I believe we have Mike Bockstein here, who is the Senior VP at Cape Cod Healthcare, and he can present his own testimony. So just very quickly, this is from Timothy Mahoney. He writes, I'm a 20-year resident of Barnstable County. retired executive vice president of Stop and Shop with responsibilities for overseeing permitting of Stop and Shops, including the Barnstable store, and laboring to find appropriate housing for Stop and Shop workers. I couldn't make it to tonight's hearing, sadly, because of a death in the family. Otherwise, I'd be here. Again, he had shown up in June. I strongly support the approval of the proposed Phase 2 affordable and market rate workforce apartment project on Wilkins Lane, all based on the desperate need for year-round rental workforce housing, including the affordable component. Please approve this project. I'll also mention, by the way, Ben Feller, somebody else who was here last time, could not be here tonight, and he also showed up on June 11th, and he is fully in support as well from Stop and Shop. This from Bob Eckel, the Executive Director of Cape Cod Tech Foundation. My name is Bob Eckel, and I'm Executive Director of the Cape Cod Tech Foundation, which supports teachers, students, and programs at Cape Cod Regional Technical High School. It saddens me to see so many talented young people having to leave the Cape due to rising housing costs. Our young workers, our young graduates typically live with parents or a friend when hired out of school, but eventually they have to move off the Cape in order to find an affordable place to live. We're training these great young people, but without projects like the Wilkins Lane project with its workforce housing, we're going to continue to lose these young people. Again, that was from Bob Eckel. You had actually just mentioned Lori Finton. I have a copy of her letter as well. I'll be very brief. She writes from Lori Finton from the Barnstable Housing Authority. I come to a town board to lend support when it is a project or issue I believe in. Please accept this email as my support for the newer 320-unit affordable and workforce housing project slated for Wilkins Lane. At the Barnstable Housing Authority, our waiting lists for 2- and 3-bedroom state-assisted units are several thousand families long. Those families are the school teachers, the librarians, the firefighters. They are the 2-parent households, single-parent household, grandparents raising grandchildren, a single dad with a disabled child. They are your neighbors, the person sitting next to you in church or in the car behind you at Dunkin' Donuts. We need this housing. We all know it, and we need to do something about it whenever we can. Sincerely, Lori Finton. This is from, again, Liz Friedman, and Liz did actually come again to present this testimony at the June meeting that was canceled, but she could not come tonight because of family medical issue, so she asked me to read this into the record. Again, I'll just a couple of sentences. My name is Liz Friedman, and I had the privilege of serving as principal of Barnstable High School for 3 years, concluding last year. Time and time again, when hiring talented educators and staff, supervisors would quietly check applicants' addresses. If they didn't have a Cape address, the question quickly became, will they be able to stay? Did they know someone on the Cape if needed? I personally know of teachers who have had to rely on winter rentals, forced to uproot their lives each summer so the property owner could move back in or rent to vacationers at a higher rate. In my time as principal, the housing issue only worsened. The lack of affordable housing has real consequences for our schools, our students, and the broader community. I ask you to approve the Wilkins Lane special permit, not just for today's workforce, but for the long-term health and strength of our schools and communities. And this is from John Wheatley, who is the owner and president of the Bradford's Ace Hardware on Main Street. I'm writing to you to urge the Zoning Board of Appeals to approve the Wilkins Lane Phase 2 workforce and affordable housing project. As the owner of Bradford's Ace Hardware in Hyannis, I can testify to the difficulty we have had trying to find and retain staff during the most rapid escalation of housing prices in Cape Cod history. I always thought finding good workers to staff my store, I skipped a part. If we are to have a future where regular workers in retail stores, small businesses, and government can continue to live here, then we need more projects like the Wilkins Lane development. I always thought finding good workers and staff for my store would be a typical part of the job. Now it has become a struggle. Please approve this project so that our workers have a place to live. And he also provided in this letter a very interesting history of that store. And last, from Penrose, this is a affordable housing builder, developer. I'm a senior developer with Penrose LLC, a national leader in mixed income housing development. Penrose has been creating high-quality, inclusive housing since 1971, including several affordable housing projects across Cape Cod and throughout New England. I'm writing in support of the Wilkins Lane Phase 2 Workforce and Affordable Housing Project in Hyannis. This project demonstrates how private developers working within a strong regulatory framework can deliver a meaningful supply of homes for people, including teachers, nurses, first responders, tradespeople, hospitality and retail workers, and young families, all of whom are increasingly priced out of the Cape's housing market. That is from Rio Sacchetti, senior developer with Penrose. In short, this project really does need to move forward, and I respectfully request that you give your approval to this so that we can have more people on Cape Cod with a place to live. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Gordon Starr. I'm town councilor for the precinct that this project is in, Barnstable Village. We've had a lot of building in Barnstable Village. I know people have referred to this as being built in Hyannis. It's not being built in Hyannis. It's being built in Barnstable Village. Just let's keep that in mind. I had a few questions as Mr. Ford went through his presentation. I guess the 12-inch water main is something that the three possibilities are listed and can move forward without making a decision. I guess that's sort of left open, but I guess that's the way it goes. The solar requirements, waiting for the technology to improve, is sort of a hollow argument. I mean, first of all, the buildings aren't solar ready in terms of they're not oriented to the south. There's been no adjustment to the buildings. They're running on heat pumps, and all the mechanicals are on the roof. So they're saying there's no room on the roof. I think solar could be done now, but you'd have to plan for it. You know, you'd have to move things around, but it could be done. So my question is, what's the trigger? At what point do solar panels get small enough? And at that point, who pays for it? It's not the builder. Builder's long gone. So I just throw that out there. Mr. Ford talked about opportunities for charging electric bikes and scooters. He said he would get back to that. He never got back to it. So I don't know what the possibilities are. We've had trouble with bike batteries in buildings, stored in buildings. We've had 2 bike shop fires this year on Cape Cod. So that's something we have to be careful of. I don't know what the fire department thinks about that. I haven't seen a plan that has a emergency vehicle exit and entrance through BJ's. They keep talking about, well, we'll bring it to the next meeting. I haven't seen the plan. There's also, in the last meeting, I asked that there be pedestrian and bike connection to BJ's. At the moment, there's a pork chop lot, and you have to walk down the pork chop out to Wilkins and then all the way around to Addicts to get anywhere. So there should be, this is a neighborhood. I'm worried about the people who are going to live there. I'm thinking about what life is going to be for them. We want people to get out of their cars. So we want this to be connected. I understand there is a connection to Hanover 1, but there's no connection, a natural connection to the grocery stores that are close by. And I assume people will make their own connections. And there should also be a connection on the west side to Hathaway's Pond. I wish that had been explored a little more, but it hasn't been. So emergency entrance, some more walking connections. There's also, if you think about it, you come out of Wilkins Lane and cross Addicts Lane at that new light behind Home Depot. There's no sidewalk going up to Star Market. There's about 120 feet there where there's absolutely no sidewalk and big trucks are coming through there. So if you look at the sidewalk map that they showed you, you can go out to Addicks Lane, but you have to turn right and walk all the way down to Stop and Shop to get to travel on a connected sidewalk. So I don't know who owns that piece of land, but there should be a sidewalk there. And I think we should ask for that. So it's a missing piece that I hadn't realized till recently. The deed restrictions, I assume, are in perpetuity. Does anybody know the answer to that? Yes, thank you. Okay, good. Nobody ever talked about whether they should be 70% can be in the first round of lotteries. You can ask for 70% for local people, and that hasn't been mentioned. Is that a possibility? Okay, I'll throw that out there. Maybe you guys. So I'm throwing out my concerns. It's up to you to relay those back to the proponents here. So we can't have a dialogue here. And I have to point this out that Mr. Ford said again tonight, and it's written in the excuse me, the list of the benefits for the town, the benefits of this project, that the ecological condition of this land will be improved by this project. I think the third graders I taught would understand that that's not true. Not impossible. Okay, it was a sand pit. It's in the middle of succession. If you left it alone, it would be a forest in 20 years. Let's see. So I also, Mr. Dewey started to ask about who can afford to live there. And I'm wondering whether, we have people, Mr. Ford talks about retail people and municipal employees, and people from the hospital, but there are different levels of employment in those situations. Can somebody who's stocking shelves at Stop and Shop afford to live there? If somebody is working in the backyard of Shepley's, can they afford to live there? Somebody working at BJ's, maybe the people who are managers can live there. But I'm not sure some of the people, lower level people at the hospital can afford to live there. So we're looking really for workforce housing. And I think that's about it. I think it's big. The buildings are big. They're over 100 feet flat sides. They look like barracks. I wish there was more of a neighborhood plan to the whole situation and some more connectivity. I just worry about the people living there. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Starr. Is there anyone else? Councilor Ludke.
Hi, my name is Betty Ludke. I'm a resident of Hyannis, also a town councilor. And after I heard Gordon speak, I wanted to follow Gordon because Gordon actually talked about this project. Our first speaker read a bunch of letters that are generic. They didn't talk about this project. And that's what we always hear when we have these housing projects before us. And each letter writer said, affordable and workforce housing project. That's just a generic term that really doesn't apply to this project. There's a whole lot of market rate. And you've asked some questions, and I think they're good ones. And it was brought up at the last meeting, I brought it up, that this company is enormous. They have a whole back office that can handle doing much more with these apartments in terms of going up in AMI. Jake, you said AMI isn't a good indicator. You like the 30% rule. I can't disagree, but AMI is a measurement that we can work from that everybody agrees to. I would hope the Zoning Board of Appeals will make this project better. And that's my point. That's why I love what Gordon said. I'm normally labeled as an anti-housing person. I'm not an anti-housing person. I want the best. I want the best for our residents. And when the project's before us, let's make it better. And thank you for the analysis on the tax. Before you just said 800,000, now it's down to 500 and something. I also asked for that number to be analyzed by our Comprehensive Financial Advisory Committee, and I want that done. done. I want to see that number because I think it's still too high if you take into account everything that this building is going to cause us. And Gordon, Gordon could not be more correct. The solar needs to go on now. This idea that we're waiting, then why are there any solar panels anywhere? That's a bizarre argument. And those roofs are silly. The buildings don't look at all like they belong in Cape Cod, and I don't have an argument with that. I think it's fine because that whole part of Barnstable looks like big boxes. I don't care what it looks like. I want it to be effective and efficient. And those roofs don't need all those little fake dormers on them. They need to be done in a way that maximizes solar capacity. And the solar needs to be put on now. And I hope you go out of your way to do that, because that's going to help our residents have lowered utility bills. We know it's an all-electric building. Let's do what we can. You couldn't have a better place for solar than over there. See, these are the things that I hope people talk about. Let's talk about what's in front of us. Let's not talk about generics. Yes, we need housing. We've got a proposal here. Let's make it the best we can. And I look to all of you to do that as you make your findings. Please, let's make this the best for our residents.
Thank you, Councilor Lutke.
Good evening. My name is Henry Ramage, and I'm a young adult who happens to be bouncing between affordable housing where I live and being able to live in a community with my parents. And to be able to be at 30 years old and to afford to live here is a milestone after waiting 10 years for a town housing voucher. But the sense of affordable housing and what affordable is needs to be presented to a degree where somebody who has been taught through Barnstable, West Barnstable Elementary, gone through Barnstable schools, class of 2013, can certainly afford to live no matter what the situation is. But somebody who can be raised in Barnstable, continue through Barnstable, find a long-term career, of which I successfully have, and to be able to live in a community, it just kind of, it saddens me to see the people my age having to commute back and forth of long distance to work in a workforce here on Cape Cod. But the other piece that needs to be presented is that the sense of community also entails transportation, and there needs to be some sort of transportation between each location, of Hanover 1, Hanover 2, the departments on Mary Dunn, the apartments on Mary Dunn Road. But the infrastructure, as quick as we put up infrastructure, needs to be backed by transportation 150% faster. Because transportation for somebody like me, relying on Uber and friends, I had a friend bring me to this meeting, mainly because, there are people out there that can't get around and need to get from point A to point B, but as a community needs to be looking at it as a whole, to have, young adults moving in, and people with disabilities cannot always afford, medical bills and, infrastructure and living, but the sense of affordable housing for somebody who battles taxes and medical bills nonstop, the affordable piece needs to be a bigger piece, and definitely to have somebody come from Barnstable, from grade 1, grade 12, and continue to live here needs to be looked at from a perspective of day one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Carey. I live at 56 Cook Circle, about a half mile outside that window. I moved here in 2021. If I wanted to sell my house, I wouldn't be able to continue living here. The prices are absurd, and I would have to move off Cape. I'm a builder. I build year-round housing in Harwich. And I'm kind of making my mission to continue with that not because it's profitable. What's profitable, as you would know, looking in Hyannisport, is to build single-family homes. I build year-round housing because it's important. It's essential to the longevity. You look around these meetings and these rooms in these towns, there's not a lot of young people left around here. I had a ton of friends growing up in Harwich, 100 people in that graduating class, and there's 3 left that are in Harwich. So what has always bothered me about these type of meetings is it feels like kind of a gatekeeping to what projects move forward and which ones don't. And a lot of the times people making the decisions and speaking up at these meetings, they have houses, they live here. The people that don't have houses and don't live here don't get to voice their opinions. I think over the next 10 years, we're going to be in a very bad situation if we don't start approving more projects. I know how difficult it is to get these projects moving forward. I spent 3 years to build 10 units in Harwich, and it took everybody in the town supporting me. I think the average project is 2 to 8 years. And then working with the Cape Cod Chamber, they estimate we need somewhere around 22,000 units across Cape Cod in the next 10 years. That is a huge, huge, huge number to meet current demand. Current demand sits at 40% of our existing housing stock is seasonal, 40%, which means most of the time it's mostly empty. 60% of the houses that sell over the last 3 years sells to a second homeowner, which means if there's 10 of you here, when you guys sell, more than half of them are going to go to another seasonal person. That means our problem is still getting worse. We can't stop that. You're never, ever going to stop the demand coming across the bridge. The only thing we can do is build housing. And God willing, we have more people like these developers here willing to build enough housing that at least we can offer options to people like, I think it was Ben. I think that's our best chance. So maybe the project isn't perfect, maybe it's large, but it's so essential. It's so essential. It gives us options. It gives people my age a chance. I'm a relatively successful person for Cape Cod, and I couldn't afford to buy a house in this town right now. I mean, that's crazy. 7% interest. So beat up on them, ask for more stuff, but you got to approve the project. We need housing now. We can't waste more time. Another year, this project's going to get more expensive and the rents are going to be higher. So do what you want, ask what you want, add the roads, add the bike paths, but let's approve this and let's get building. There are a lot of really, really bad developers. This company is not one of them. My best friend is marrying one of their employees. It's a great company, so these are the people we want to work with. We trust them. They're local. My closing thoughts would be, supply and demand. If we can build enough housing, yes, the rents are high, yes, it's expensive, but if we can build enough housing, the prices will eventually come down to those rents. My 10 units, they cost me $250,000 each to build. So the interest payment on those alone to the bank is $1,700 a month. We're not going to be building $1,200 a month apartments. It's just not going to happen. But the idea that we're not going to build up more apartments because they're not cheap enough doesn't make sense. We have to build something. Offering jobs to managers is better than offering jobs to nobody or housing to nobody. So I appreciate your consideration. I really hope we can approve this and move forward. We need a lot of housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jocelyn Marshall, and I live in Barnstable. I've spoken to all of you before, and I'm here again in strong support of the Wilkins Lane project. The need for affordable housing on Cape Cod is more urgent than ever. This isn't just about buildings or zoning. This is about people who make Cape Cod function, who make it special. I'm talking about our hospitality workers, teachers, first responders, healthcare workers, and so many others who work tirelessly every day to make this a safe, welcoming, and enjoyable place to live and visit. These are the people who greet guests, cook meals, clean rooms, teach our children, and show up in emergencies. They deserve more than just a thank you. They deserve a safe, stable place to lay their heads at night after long shifts. They shouldn't have to live long hours away from their jobs because they can't afford to live in the very towns they serve. That's not sustainable, and it's not fair. We love Cape Cod for its beautiful beaches, historic charm, and stunning landscapes. But none of those things mean much if we don't have strong communities behind them. What are the beaches without local restaurants to enjoy after a day in the sun? What happens if our schools can't retain teachers if they can't find housing? What happens if our healthcare workers can't respond quickly in emergencies because they've been priced out of town? If we want to preserve the Cape Cod we all love, we must prioritize the people who hold it together. The Wilkins Lane project is one step, and a crucial step at that, in the right direction. It gives our local workforce hope that they can build their lives here, that they can stay close to their families, contribute to their communities, and continue to make Cape Cod a thriving, vibrant place for everybody. We need to act now, not just with words, but with real solutions like this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Michael Bachstein, Vice President of Operations at Cape Cod Healthcare. Thank you for taking this project into consideration. It's vital to our community here and our healthcare workers. I'm here on behalf of Cape Cod Healthcare and our support for the Wilkins Housing Project. Cape Cod Healthcare supports any addition of housing on Cape Cod, especially those that can be used as workforce housing, rentals, and especially that are affordable. Housing of this nature supports our recruiting and retention efforts at Cape Cod Healthcare. We also believe as a healthcare provider that this project will address amenities such as walking paths, which I've heard have been discussed many times, which we always talk about at the hospital ourselves, wellness activities, access to public transportation. We do have the property right at Wilkins Lane, and a place of rest and relaxation, which is important because transportation back and forth across the bridge for staff, especially at the hospital, is very taxing. I'll tell you that for a fact. I have a lot of staff that do that every day. Cape Cod Healthcare strongly supports this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. So you guys heard me on May 28th. My name's Kat Stewart. So I'm going to read this time. So I moved here last year from Brooklyn. I work in real estate. I have experience with historic preservation, pro-housing community engagement, local politics. And when I moved here last year, I didn't actually mean to stay. And I met this community that made me want to stay. I met a group of friends. And I've gotten so involved, like, to the point where I literally volunteered, like, kind of on a whim, a little bit unhinged. I planned the 4th of July parade for Barnstable Village this year. I am, like, committed to staying here. It was, like, a little unhinged, but it was worth it. And when I say that I've been trying to find a place to live for the last year, I'm not kidding. And I wasn't sure what I was going to say when I got up here. I had this whole spiel, and then you started talking about workforce housing. And I was sitting back there thinking, okay, where do I fit into this? And without disclosing where I sit and, like, my income, I sit in that 10%, that the tech/other. I work in real estate. I did have to, like, change my job when I moved here. There's a little bit of upheaval. And it's been unsteady, but I'm not fire. I'm not a teacher. I'm not struggling, so to speak. But nonetheless, it has been there's just no housing. There's nowhere. There's like literally there's nowhere to live. At best, there are 2 yearly rentals a month to find. So for 8 months, I was living in a friend's Airbnb apartment above their, like, beautiful, the beautiful garage apartment that they were putting me up in, and I didn't even have a kitchen. So we became best friends because of that. And I have another friend who's paying $2,600 a month, and his mom moved in with him. So if you're in your 30s and you're single, and that speaks to the argument that and by the way, I'm speaking very much in support of this project. But not everybody is partnered, and some people are paying on their own. I think the point is the more housing. It's not perfect, but the more housing, the better. I know that, well, there is one point I also want to make in terms of traffic. I on the 28th, I made a comment about the bike lanes, and then I totally stand corrected on that because I was not aware that you guys did a really, really, really good solid on the rail trail. I didn't realize that you guys had there's an easement for the rail trail, so I just wanted to like actually say thank you for that. So yeah, I'm just here to say, like, I absolutely ship this project. Because more housing, the better. It'll bring the cost down going forward for everybody, inclusive housing. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the board, my name is Tony Shepley. I'm a resident of Barnstable, a business owner in Barnstable, and I'm here in support of the project. I'd like to read a quick letter from John Cox, who's the president of Cape Cod Community College. He was not able to be here tonight, so here's the quick version. Cape Cod Community College supports ongoing efforts to provide workforce housing, supporting our ability to attract and retain faculty and staff, while also supporting our students and graduates embarking on their careers. This includes the efforts of Wilkins Lane Phase 2 housing. Why I agreed to read that letter is A, I like John, B, I can relate to it. So can Cape Cod Healthcare, so can Shepley Wood Products. We all face the same challenges. Councillor Starr, you made a great point, which is this is a market rate situation. It's not just all about affordables. And guess what businesses do? Businesses respond. So if Cape Cod Healthcare or the town of Barnstable cannot find enough or retain enough qualified employees, they have to get creative. And that's where businesses and towns start to come into play. It's not just about subsidizing affordability, it's about creating supply so that businesses can solve the problem. So, just quickly, you've already heard the arguments. You've heard this got unanimous Cape Cod Commission approval. Done. You've heard that it meets the regulations, it meets the zoning, it meets all the hurdles. That's done. You've heard that Phase 1 is rented out. There is no noticeable impact. I'm not quite in a butter, but I'm pretty close, so I sort of keep an eye on these things. And I live or work right next to Everly, same size project, 320 units, unbelievable. I thought there'd be a big traffic impact. I don't even notice they're there, so it's pretty remarkable. Here's the fact I wanted to make. The average house on Cape Cod today costs $720,000. Quick math. Somebody mentioned 7% interest rate. I figured 10% down, 6.5% interest rate. What is your monthly payment? $7,000. Mr. Hanson, you're ahead of me on this one. $7,000 a month. Would anybody like to sign up for $7,000 a month? This is crazy. So, rule of 72s says that the price of that house has increased 50% since 2019. That means in not too many years from now, let's see, let's go to our notes here. In 14 years, that house will cost you $14,000 a month. This is the inflation we're under. Now, the only thing that we need to apologize for, and I think we all should, this is due to us. This is due to our zoning, this is due to our energy codes, this is due to all the mitigation costs and the things that we've layered on with all good intention. Nobody set out to make this a bad situation, but it's not great. We need to fix it. And right now, the quickest way we begin to fix this is with adding some supply. Is this perfect? It's pretty darn good. I'll tell you what, find me more good developers like New England Development who have a great track record. They do what they say they're going to do. Please don't harass them over solar. They're right. I own 6,000 solar panels, and I'll tell you what, I'd much rather buy them 2 years from now than buy them today. They go down in price every year, and they get more efficient. So I think there were some good arguments made. The one point I'd like to make, the last meeting, which was I think the end of May, there were some local residents who said, we need to make the developers pay for all of the related expenses. These guys are business people. they can't pay for everything. Somebody said we should make this 100% affordable. Well, that's 100% loss. So you can't stay in business, whether you're New England Development or a one-shot builder. You can't build everything 100% affordable. This is a pretty reasonable deal, and they've gone to the high side of what everybody has asked them to do. Therefore, I will ask you a simple request. Could you please support this project? This is just one, and it's going to take more than this to begin to solve our problem. Last thing, how many are parents here? You know what? I'm worried. My kids and all their friends who are all in their mid to late 20s are convinced they have to leave. We need them. Thank you.
The one thing that Mr. Shepley missed.
Just your name for the record.
Sorry, Eric Schwab, Hyannis. The one thing that was missed was public benefit. What is the public benefit of putting 300 and some odd apartments in a sand pit with no parking? Okay, how are we helping the community? If you deny this special permit, they could go for a 40B and would get 25% affordable. Now, isn't 25% affordable better than 13? This company, who's everyone is applauding, turns away 4/5 of the people who need housing because they can't afford the product they're offering. 4/5 of the people that need housing at a decent price are being turned away because they can't pay market rate. Now, what is the public benefit of turning away hundreds of people that need housing? This company did an absolutely brilliant job of market timing their first install, right? They're 90% rented at astonishing rents, $4,000 a month, right? Have you ever paid $4,000 a month? I don't think you have. I haven't. I couldn't have. So if this company is such a great deal, and they probably are, they're probably decent people, why don't they try a little harder to address the question of what is the public benefit they are offering? We need housing. You could deny this special permit, they would be forced to go 40B, and we'd get a better deal than they're offering us right now. Sure, we wouldn't get a few sidewalks, but we'd get more housing, and that's what people really need. So you can easily ask for 25% right now. You could say, look, we don't like this deal. We're going to deny the special permit, do a 40B. Or they could be actually part of this community and help us solve an important problem by either lowering their rents or making more of them affordable or bringing on partners to buy down some more of these deeds, right? 13% deed restricted, you know. Housing Assistance Corp, I think they bring in $20 to $30 million a year in donations. You don't see them buying down anyone's rent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was a great introduction. Rob Brennan, I am the Chief Legal Officer for Housing Assistance Corporation. So I want to first, before we do a little cleanup, I want to first read a letter from our CEO, Elisa Magnotta, into the record. For the record, I'm also a resident of Barnstable. To whom it may concern, as the CEO of the region's largest housing agency, I see the devastating impacts of Cape Cod's housing crisis every day. Families are being forced to leave their communities. Businesses are struggling to retain staff and essential workers, those who protect us, care for our health, educate our children, and keep our stores and restaurants running, are left without viable housing options. This crisis threatens not only the well-being of individuals, but the vitality of our entire region. We cannot solve this problem by building more single-family homes. That approach is too slow and far too costly. The need is immediate, and the solution requires a focus on creating diverse, attainable housing that can serve our workforce now. Without urgent action, Cape Cod's workforce will continue to leave in alarming numbers, taking with them the services, skills, and sense of community we all depend on. It's time for us to prioritize projects like Wilkins Lane in Barnstable that meet critical needs of our region and help ensure a stable future for all who call Cape Cod home. Sincerely, Lisa Magnotta, CEO, Housing Assistance. I just want to add a few data points to this, just to underscore the need and to underscore how unmet that need currently is. And then I'll talk about the role that projects like this play in concert with projects like our agency, Housing Assistance, puts forward. So this past January, Housing Assistance received 950 applications for 42 affordable units that went to lottery at our Cape View Way project. More than 22 families applied for each affordable unit, and over 900 families that applied did not have their need for affordable housing met. Last month, Housing Assistance received over 160 applications for 14 units. Those 160 applications were received in the first 10 days that a lottery was open, a lottery that's going to be open for a period of more than 30 days. So I want to talk, we've had discussion tonight about the need and how these units meet that need and the role they play. Specific question was asked, what public benefit do market rate units play? And it's a simple one, but it requires understanding that, starting with the knowledge that the average age of a housing unit in Massachusetts, and the same is true here on Cape Cod, is 65 years. Right? And housing exists, I think, as we all know, along an entire spectrum. We have housing units here in Barnstable that are at that age. They're aged. They don't have air conditioning. So we have a market that is defined in large part by what's available, right? So what role does even market units play? Well, market units play the role of offering that newer unit, offering the amenities, offering the air condition, offering parking for units that don't have parking, that don't have air conditioning, that have the leaky roofs, but that folks are still required to live in because it's the only option. So you have what's the concept that's called NOAH, which is naturally occurring affordable housing. So as folks move into market units, they are leaving units behind that they're moving out of. As folks earn more and advance in their careers, they can afford a little bit more in rent. But what that leaves cascading down behind them is older units, more affordable units, less amenitized units that are other folks' dream units. So when you look at the market units here, and when you answer the question, what public benefit does that play? It adds to the supply. And basic economics, that's one of the fundamental tenets, is increasing supply is good with regard to pricing. And that occurs here as well. We know that at Housing Assistance. That's why we turn out in support of projects like this. And just as a footnote, folks have been saying great things about New England development. I have that as well. My first time working with John Tuig was when I was a very wet behind the ears attorney on a project in Brockton. And I had the opportunity to work up alongside John. He was counsel outside at the time, but I worked with New England Development as well, so I can add my personal perspective. They are developers, and this is a project that we want here in Barnstable. So that 4/5 who are not going to be able to win in the lottery on those units, they are going to be able to get into the units that other folks are moving out of. So again, market rate units play a public benefit here. The economics, laws of economics are at work, and bringing on more units are good for employers, are good for our town, are good for our town government and town employees. It's good for Barnstable. And I urge you to approve this project, to approve it as swiftly as you can, because time, adds to projects. So affordability of projects is also driven by, the complexity of the processes that we have here, especially complex, here on Cape Cod. This is a project that's already gone through the Cape Cod Commission, has gotten their unanimous approval. I urge you to add your unanimous approval to the commission's. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Hi, my name is Adele Giovanello. I'm a part-time employee in Barnstable, and I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but I want to speak a little bit on behalf of young people. I would love to live on the Cape. I know that's an absolute, impossible situation for me. I have no prospect of ever living here. Some stats I just want to, throw out is that the average home price in the past 40 years has been 3 times the average median income of Americans. And now for my generation, it's 5 times that. And it's only looking like it's going to continue. And so to Rob's point, time is going to compound this problem. The longer that you wait to approve projects like this, the more difficult it will be, not only for my generation, but the ones that follow me as well. I'd also like to point out that we have to hold we can't hold double standards to housing projects like this and the standards that single-family homes that have been here for the last 50, 100, 200 years have been. This project is going to be sewered. There are still many homes on the Cape that run on septic and are causing significant issues to the cyanobacteria and nitrogen pollution in our freshwater systems, and that are putting immense stress on the aquifers. Solar has gone down by 90% in the last 10 years, and it's only going to drop down. In 2022, it surpassed coal. These are all things that are going to change and that have only proven that there's more promise in projects like this. This isn't just about preserving Cape Cod, as many people have said. It's about keeping it alive and ensuring that it just doesn't become an artifact. And as you can also see that many people have pointed out, there are many other workers, nurses, firefighters that are right now on call that cannot be here. They do not have the privilege of being able to speak here tonight. So on behalf of them, please approve this project. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jan Rapp. I have lived here for a long time. I'm a teacher. I have been for most of my working career. I was lucky. I got a house for my grandfather, was worth $17,000 when I got it. And I managed to bring up a family, and then now I have another house. But at any rate, the point that I'd like to make is it's all well and good to steamroll ahead. I know you're not steamrolling that fast because you've gone through a lot of hoops. But nonetheless, we're talking about infrastructure that cannot be replaced. Now I've been waiting in Katuitt for sewer for 25 years. I'm going to be waiting for another 25 years because these guys are going to take that place. The infrastructure that we have now, I've been paying for with my taxes for a really long time. And now I'm paying on my taxes in the town of Barnstable, village of Barnstable, where I live, for a new fire department that has to service these new buildings. So all along that I've been working and paying my taxes, I'm still not sewer. Not in Katuitt anyway. So don't forget, we have a beautiful infrastructure here that we're ruining day after day, minute after minute. We don't have the road accessibility period to start dumping everything on it. So go ahead and do it. I've worked in the environmental field for 7 years, 10 years as well. So I know a little bit about what I'm talking about. At any rate, my daughter lives off Cape. She's paying singly $2,400 a month to live in Needham so she can work and live near where she works. This is not a unique situation. What's unique here is what we do have around us, and we are kind of destroying that. We managed to make some nice apartments on Pleasant Street. That kind of is in keeping with where we live. Every other town on the Cape has done some really nice, in-keeping, affordable housing for their people. P-Town, Falmouth, I've lived in Hyannis. There's not enough. I lived in, so at any rate, just saying, we can steamroll ahead, but watch that infrastructure, because everything's going to be cyanobacteria before you know it. I know for a fact that the current sewer situation is almost at max. For them to say, oh yeah, dump another 500, 700 units in this, that's taking away from what's already been planned. So don't forget the infrastructure.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Avery Revere. I live in the village of Barnstable. And these meetings are amazing because you hear so many different points of view, and many of which I share, even though they kind of go against some of the things I believe. Mark has heard me say this way too many times. I just served on the local comprehensive planning committee with him, and we talked a lot about housing. And as Gordon points out, and as you probably already know, in Precinct 1, where this development is to go, in the last 10 years, there have been 646 units of housing built, multifamily housing, not 640 multifamily housing units, but 646 units in multifamily buildings. And adding another 320 equals 1,000. I mean, that's a lot of units in a small area of land. And on my way here, I ran into someone, and I said, I'm going to a meeting about the housing behind BJ's. I said, my argument is simply, we need more planning and less plopping. We just sort of plop things in. You know, Cape Cod Commission says, oh, this is a great idea, let's do it. You know, everybody here, rightly so, wants housing for families and for workers and everything else. But I feel like what's missing is the planning part of it. And in the local comprehensive plan, we identified a couple of areas for more planning, one of which is the 132 corridor, which I consider kind of the gateway to Hyannis, and the other is Independence Park itself. So I think the horse has probably more or less left the barn on this project. I hope that I believe you will insist on some of the upgrades that people have brought up, Gordon, particularly the solar and more. But in the bigger picture, I want to see that area develop more as a community and less as, oh, I got a great idea, let's build this here. Everlay, I mean, maybe it doesn't have a lot of traffic bothering Tony, but it's just this weird place kind of plonked in the middle of nowhere. Village Green, which I think is one of the coolest housing developments on Cape Cod right now, or certainly in Barnstable, they have the bus stop a million miles away from where the people need to get on the bus. It's sort of absurd. I feel sorry for anyone who has to walk out there in the middle of the night or whenever to get an Uber or get a bus. So anyway, I thank you all for what you're doing. This is tricky. At least this one's happening in the light of day, unlike the other Wilkins, which kind of happened when we were all sleeping through COVID or whatever we were doing. So anyway, thanks for your work, and thanks for looking at the bigger picture.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Cynthia Cole, Barnstable Village. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to preface my remarks with, again, I've said this every time I've spoken, I'm not opposed to this project. None of the people that you've heard that have concerns about this project have said they're opposed to the project. And we get a little tired having people think that we are anti-housing or we're snobs or we live here, so we don't want anyone else. That is absolutely not true. What we want is a project that is better for the people who live there. I have friends who live in Everly. There's not even a trail to walk. I've been to Hanover. You can't even walk onto Kids Hill Road without taking your life in hand. You can walk, there's a dog park that's the size of this half of this space. I mean, there are no places to walk. They may be nice, they may have lots of amenities, but there's no sense of community. There's no sense of connection, and they're in a commercial. There's supposed to be big companies in there, not houses. This is obviously going to go through. I understand that. But what I would like to ask you to do is to please slow down for a minute. New England Development is an enormous company with big, deep pockets. You may not agree with that. You may not think they are, but compare it to Barnstable. This is a small town. This is like the New York Yankees against Barnstable High School. And you guys are the umpires, and we need you to call a timeout. And we need more affordable units. They are being gifted over 20 units an acre. Please tell me about any developer, and I'm sure you're one of them. Do they giving you 20 units an acre in Harwich? I don't think so. These people can afford to do more in this town. We are getting no mitigation whatsoever, a pittance that's going just for traffic issues. We are in an embayment for Barnstable Harbor in which there's not one penny going for monitoring. You've got Hathaway's Pond, you've got Hinckley's Pond. All these ponds are in danger of not just nitrogen, but phosphate loading, which you say you're not going to put nitrogen fertilizer. And I thank you for giving us that after we asked for it many, many times. But you should not be using any fertilizer whatsoever, because that's just as much of a problem in the freshwater systems as the nitrogen is for the salt water. We need more money to come into this community to help you build your 20 units an acre. We need more affordable units, really affordable units. And I also agree, my son lives in Kingston, and he's paying $2,400 a month. It's expensive to live everywhere, not just here. I also would like to see an economic impact analysis conducted by this town, not by your consultant. I think that's very key here. I know from the past, and these are older studies, that residential development has always cost the community more. Always. It never evens out. Commercial development is what brings money into a community, not residential. And I just think I've said it, we need the remediation to make this project work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Paige Whiteley Tibnan. I am born and raised in Barnstable. My family has been here for 16 generations, so I've heard all the stories about, like, before the bridge was here, before the canal was here. So I grew up here, and Cape Cod was my playground. There was no Cape Cod Mall. There was no 132. There were no condos. But I had to adapt because my dad said it's not fair. We're here, like, everybody can come. So things have changed, and we just need to plan for them because there's no housing. And I think one thing we didn't really think about, and I've had this experience with my daughter, was that when you build, when people are saying there's so many units, it's also an incubator for the young people coming here, because the young people coming here are like, where do you meet people? Only at work. Like, where do you do things? When my daughter moved away with her husband, And I said, you don't want to live in a neighborhood? And she said, no, we're going to live in a big place. And then I saw why she did live in a big place. She made tons of friends. When her husband was away for work, she was never alone. They had community events by the pool. They would, do things. So we have to think about not only are we providing housing, we're providing a community. Because the Cape kind of lacks community, except if you're in certain groups. And for young people that are moving here with no connections, I think this would give them a little bit of a connection. Also, the 42 units that are doing the housing stability, they provide people with housing stability. And I actually have a friend of the family who's 56, who is living, he's intellectually disabled. He works at Stop and Shop. He's worked there for 35 years. He was able to get into housing and buy his own condo in Hyannis 30 years ago. And he's lived there, and he's been independent, and he's had roommates. And like these affordable, we go, oh, there are only 42 units, but for the 42 people or the 42 families or the 42 children that have housing stability, this makes a huge difference. And I don't really see anybody else making units. It's really hard. The towns pick off, 5 here, 4 here. But I think that's something to think about. And I also feel like growing up here, seeing all the changes, that where this is going to go is in the right place. It's in Hyannis. It's very industrial there. So I do think that's a good thing. And I just wanted to talk about the people that are coming over and commuting. Now, I reversed commuting. I'm a registered nurse, and I reversed commuting to Boston for many, many years. And it takes a toll, okay? So I left at 5 a.m. to be there at 7 a.m., worked to 7 p., didn't get home till 10 o'clock at night, had to plan my days of leaving, even if I worked the evening shift, because I had to plan for bridge traffic. Now, when you go over the bridge, when all the plumbers, all the contractors, and everybody are coming over in the morning, the traffic is horrible. And it's the same in the afternoon. So when people talk about adding traffic to Hyannis, we're just not adding it to Hyannis. We're just pushing it to the bridge. And I don't know how many of you are commute over the bridge, but the bridge is kind of not very good anymore. So I have an example of my nephew who's an electrician. He has to be in Dennis at 7 a.m. at the shop to pick up the truck. He lives off Cape, so he leaves his house at 5 a.m. to get here because there's bridge traffic at 6 a.m. Gets to the shop, picks up the truck, drives to Wellfleet, Truro, wherever, does his job, has to bring the truck back to Dennis at 4 p.m. Then he has to sit in traffic going over the bridge, and he doesn't get home till 7 o'clock. So is that a life for our young people? And really, the other point that I wanted to bring up was the self-policing of the pricing. If people who don't get the affordable units pay a little bit more, it's going to trickle down a little bit where, some units will be available for other people. Now, I have properties here because I think everybody on Cape Cod is an entrepreneur to afford to live here. And my housekeeper was paying for a 1-bedroom apartment with her son in somebody's basement, no washer and dryer, not a nice apartment at all. She was paying $2,600. And the reason she was paying $2,600 is because there was nothing out there. So I am really in support of this project, and I hope you approve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seth Etienne of Hyannis. I'm not going to be another pessimistic, myopic view from a young 30-something. That's way too easy, especially from someone who grew up in Hyannis, went to Barnstable, left, then came back. However, I'm going to give you a letter from one of my high school classmates I graduated with, who was currently a PA, married, owns a home. She's currently at home with their 2-year-old daughter, which is why she cannot be here. But this is a testimony from what she sees at the hospital. My name is Shannon Rex. Hey, Shannon. I am a physician assistant with Cape Cod Healthcare. I would like to be there tonight to testify in person. However, I have a family to care for. I want to express my support for the Wilkins Lane Phase 2 project. As a healthcare provider, I am deeply concerned by the difficulty of all levels of hospital workers finding a place to live. As the population of Cape Cod ages, more and more people will need medical care. Yet the housing prices have risen so rapidly that many who work at the hospital or in ancillary medical services are struggling to find a place to live. The demand for housing on Cape Cod from financially prosperous retirees has driven housing prices sky high, thus squeezing out younger healthcare professionals, the source of medical care for those same retirees. If we don't do something to ease this situation, our medical staff shortage will become more severe. This includes all levels of healthcare workers, nurses to care for patients at the bedside, physical therapists to help with post-op care, and schedules to help new patients get the care that they need. This project has the kinds of benefits we need to help support a community. It is rental housing. It has more than the minimum required amount of affordable units. It is located on town water and sewer, near employment centers, such as the hospital. It is a good project in the right place. Please support this project. It is the very least we can do for our healthcare workers and our community. Yours truly, Shannon Rex. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth.
Hi, everybody. I'm Cindy Martin. I'm a resident of Barnstable for about 10 years now. I now live in Comaquid Heights and on the Barnstable side. And I got an email today about this project. I actually never really heard about it before. I'm a mother of 3, keep pretty busy, and I work. So I don't know all the details of the project, but I'm up here in support of the project in general from what I've read so far. And in support of expanding the housing options available in Barnstable. In the email, it felt like the tone was that folks are against having, the tone was like, do you want 320 more units near your house? So I'm here to answer yes, please. For our neighbors, for our teachers, our firefighters, our doctors, like we need this, our community needs this. A quick little story, I'm late tonight because my husband was he's a physician at the hospital and he was at an interview dinner, and the main challenge with that candidate, he was talking about housing. So they had already extended an offer to, he's a radiation oncologist, there's 4 on the Cape, and they need a 5th one. So they extended an offer last month, the person didn't take it, they were concerned about housing. So this person, they're also excited about this candidate tonight. Again, it's about housing, and that's their main issue about thinking about coming to the Cape. So having a place like this could be a starter home as a way to initially get into the Cape or onto the Cape and try it out. Physicians come out of medical school with about $500,000 in student loan debt just from medical school. So when my husband and I moved to the Cape 10 years ago, we had that amount of debt as well, but we had a small starter home before the big boom. I mean, it's not that small, but smaller. Now that same house would cost about $1.5 million. So it's like over triple in price. So it's hard to have someone come out of medical school with that kind of debt and take on additional crazy amounts of debt. It's just a really hard sell for folks coming to the Cape. So that's that part. And then also I work at a nonprofit called Cape Cod Children's Place. We interact with tons of different families that are not stably housed. So this kind of project would also serve all sorts of young families that are looking for a place to have a little bit, have some roots and have a little bit more stability in their lives. So that's it. Again, Cindy from Barnstable. Bye.
Anyone else want to speak tonight? Seeing none. We're not going to close public comment now, but does Attorney Ford, do you want to respond, or how would you like us to? Yeah, sure.
And I'll try to respond not by addressing comments, but questions and factual inquiries that were made. Starting with Councilor Starr, his first one was, is it appropriate, the condition that we proposed on the layout of the water main system to leave it open? And the answer to the question is yes. We did that at the request of the Barnstable Fire District Water Department. They want us to try and get a connection with BJ's. They own the water main at BJ's, but that doesn't necessarily translate into granting to us the right to travel across BJ's property to connect. It's not a long distance, but that needs to be taken care of. If that can't happen, and we're going to work at that one first, then the water department wants us to look at the connection across the hospital property to kids, to attics. And then thirdly, and this is all at the water department's suggestion along with the fire chief, thirdly, to go, if that one can't work, over to kids. Can any one of them work? Clearly the last two can work. We have the ability to get over to attics or to kids. So there are options that work, but we tiered it out because that's the way the water department wanted us to do it. So to answer his question, is it appropriate to leave that question open? Yes, it is. That's the way we negotiated it. Secondly, he made a comment about electric bikes and scooters and how are batteries being managed and the risk of fires. In terms of electric bikes and or a scooter, the experience in phase one is most people just charge them in their unit. They plug them into an outlet. We don't see there aren't batteries being provided. There are outlets in some of the garages where they could also be. So we don't think that there is a battery issue as far as that's concerned. He raised the question about on the deed restriction, is it permanent? It is a permanent deed restriction on all of those 42 units, running in favor of the town of Barnstable to enforce it, as well as the state. He asked whether or not there is the ability to have local preference with those affordable units. There is the ability to have local preference. And I'm not sure it's up to 70%, whatever it is. We go by it, and when the lottery is done, that local preference provision will be observed. He asked about the, let me just see, I made a note here. He asked about solar. I think we addressed solar. We've been round and round on solar, and we have a plan. It's a plan we think is a good one, and the building will be solar ready, and we're already required to have at least 50% of our power taken from renewables. So we feel we're moving in the right direction in terms of climate change. With respect to the comments from, I think it was Amy Revere, who was locally recently on the local comprehensive planning committee, her comment that, well, the Cape Cod Commission just decided to plop these here. We needed more planning. I just wanted to remind this board that this was a long process. First, we had to amend the zoning bylaw and create a subzone. That involved a long negotiation with the town, first at the planning board, public hearings before the planning board. The amendments were proposed at the planning board. They were drafted and redrafted. They then went to the council, the legislative body here in town. The council held public hearings. We negotiated with the council. A lot of thought was given as to where these units were, what needed a special permit, what didn't. Nobody was asleep when Phase 1 was built. It was that portion, the council decided in their wisdom, could be done as a matter of right as long as the Cape Cod Commission had approved it. It did go through a long Cape Cod Commission process. So there was planning. There may not have been the planning to the extent that she wanted, but the planning board was involved, the council was involved, the Cape Cod Commission was involved. So there was a lot of town input and development, even by those that write our bylaws. Before I get to Mr. Tuig, who I think wants to address the affordable housing question just very briefly, with respect to the comments about this not being Hyannis, this being Barnstable Village, I think we all know where it is. And I think we know that there is a connection to Barnstable Village, and that is that it's in the same precinct, and as a result, the same fire district. And so there is a nexus there. We did do the fiscal study. We did provide it to you folks over a month ago when we got it into the file. Hopefully you had a chance to read it, and we think it addresses all of those particular questions. Finally, the last one I missed of Councilor Starr, he indicated there was a section of sidewalk. Two things I missed of his. The sidewalk along Wilkins that has a gap, and he said, can't you at least get them to fill that? I refer you to paragraph F39, page 9 of the DRI decision. There is a requirement that the applicant has agreed to construct a sidewalk to close the gap that exists along the eastern side of Wilkins Lane, just north of Attucks. So that is a requirement. It's in our decision. That's going to be done. If I missed one, I think you'll get it, John. All right.
Very, very quickly, Mr. Chairman, I think there are just two things. I think Mrs. Starr also had the question about the emergency access and the connectivity. We ended up doing an involved plan with Chief Beal, how that would work. Actually, I think we did 2 or 3 plans, which, and Mike can speak to it, he ended up approving as to how that emergency connection would be. The only thing I'm going to speak to, and it's not as to affordable and as to the rates, people raise the question of public benefits. Between these 2 projects, we're going to have about 76 units. Just to give you a sense, and nobody ever wants to talk about money because nobody cares. That's your problem, namely our problem. But we're going to spend about $25 million to build those units. Now, we don't get to finance those. We don't get a return on those. That's just what we have to do to create. When we talk about, and it always concerns me when someone says, well, I want the best. Well, I'll quote Ted Kennedy, a local, sometimes perfection is the enemy of the good. Yeah, you do. But to create on the Cape 76 units for the number of families, which we anticipate there'll probably be 150 people living in those affordable units, which we will 100% finance ourselves, because we have to put equity dollars in them because they are not financeable units, because you can never generate the income that would make those financeable units, is a huge public benefit and investment in this community. Now, we've been around in this community where people say, oh, you're just coming down, and I'm not going to comment about the things that were mentioned about us. I mean, we've been here since the Cape Cod Mall, which we did with the 2 other families that are here. So we've been, on the Cape for a long time. We've been down in the South Shore for a long time. But just to give a sense, I mean, that's the type of investment that we made in Building 1 and we're willing to make in Building 2 to create the affordable units. And when they talk about affordable units here, they're usually very small in number, small in availability. We can probably help more people in these units, I would say, than any other project that I'm aware of in the Cape of this type. And it's a very significant investment that we're making, that we did very purposely and are willing to do. So I did want to mention that, because I don't feel the comment that, oh, there's no public benefit, there's no investment by us. It's certainly far from true. I mean, these are investments. If you look at these 2 projects, we'll have invested over $200 million in the Cape, and that's how you create, people speak about dollars for infrastructure, that's how you create tax revenue, that's how you create, opportunity so that the community can use these tax dollars to do other things, rather than have a non-tax generating former gravel pit. So, thank you.
Thank you.
One last comment, Mr. Chairman. I promise it'll be my last. There was one gentleman who indicated that you could make a finding that this is not creating public good. The actual language in the ordinance is that you need to find that it's within keeping of the spirit and intent of the zoning ordinance and without substantial detriment to the public good or to the neighborhood. There's no substantial detriment to the public good, I'd suggest respectfully, or the neighborhood being created here. And that's the finding that you're called upon to make under the ordinance. Again, we're happy to answer questions.
Does anyone have any questions?
I have a dumb little question. When you say that it's there's going to be 50% renewable energy, sorry, I haven't spoken in 2 hours. Where is that? I'm not questioning you or doubting you, but
Yeah, they
I'm just
require, the
curious.
Cape Cod Commission decision requires us to have a green energy contract,
So is that on the grid or something, or where do you get the green
I could
energy?
maybe have somebody from,
Power agreement.
They have options to purchase power from.
yeah.
But to Herb's point, is that, so every tenant is going to be required
No,
to?
no. It's something that I think the New England Development enters into.
So only for the common, because I assume every unit is going to have its own meter. So not
It does.
50% of the consumption of this project. You're only talking 50% of the common area consumption.
I'm not sure on that. This gentleman knows he's
I hope you're not
involved
right,
in
'cause
phase
that's
one.
not even
I want
close
to make
to
sure on that answer.
Yeah.
Thank you, Attorney Ford. So we'll sign an agreement with the Cape Light Compact that's serving, and they'll coordinate with Eversource, who's the electric utility down here, on serving the project as a whole.
So every tenant will be required to purchase?
Yes, and tenants, these utilities are direct to the tenants, so it'll be in the lease that they have to opt into that program, essentially.
So who will monitor that?
Our leasing office would.
So you would get copies of their utility bills to see that they've elected their power purchase agreement to
Well, we
a
could just
renewable?
put it in the lease that they have to opt into that program.
Okay. But again, is the town of Barnstable, you're reporting that to the town of Barnstable annually that, to show proof of that, or who's the violating authority to that? Is that?
It's a condition in the DRI decision with the Cape Cod Commission, for which we'll need several certificates of compliance with the DRI decision. So there's going to be a preliminary COC with the commission, a partial and a final COC. So they'll need to make that finding that we satisfy that condition several different times.
And so annually, you would be reporting in perpetuity that these units are being served 50% by renewable resources?
Until we get to the final COC, and again.
Well, again, but
it'll
if we
be-
want to condition on the same thing, I just need to know how you're going to report to our staff.
We'd be happy
Annually.
to include that
Okay.
as a condition, that we make that, reporting available. So.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we could file the same thing we're filing with the commission as evidence. They want to see copies of the contracts. And we could file them with the town as well.
But again, that's going to be really hard to do for every tenant. That's where your
No, what
utility
what-
load's going to be
What
on.
Mr. Dazzo just said is, it would be a requirement of the lease
Yeah.
that's how they do it.
But again, the enforcement here, I'm trying to work through enforcement. Is this who's this fall on from an enforcement level?
It falls on the applicant to report to the Cape Cod Commission as to what's happening.
Okay.
It was the Cape Cod Commission in the first instance that asked us to have an all-electric building.
And is that just until solar goes on, or is that in perpetuity? If in fact it goes on, but does it stop at that point if solar goes on, or does that continue on? Even
I think it's reviewed when solar goes on to see what the terms of it will be. But yes, there is a look back at that point.
But I think we can condition it however we want along those lines.
So is each tenant going to be, how do they determine where their electricity is being supplied from?
It's going to be directed in the lease.
But they're going to sign a purchase power agreement with their supplier. Like we can now, right now, elect to purchase for a higher price renewable energy from our supplier. And so every tenant's going to be required to do that.
So Herb, it's going to be a condition of the lease.
Right, and they'll get two bills, basically, for electricity, or?
No,
It'll just be-
you get a transmission and you get a utility.
Oh, like my current
consumption.
bill with the.
Right.
Yeah.
Certain percentage can be, you can opt in currently, but based on theirs, it's based
Okay,
in their
gotcha,
lease.
okay.
I think since the point that I think the chairman's raising is since deregulation, we all get bombarded with these offers to choose different suppliers. And the enforceability of it is the question that I think I don't understand is, so I sign my lease, I'm one of your lessees, 2 weeks later I get this incredible offer in the mail that says you're currently buying 80% fossil fuel generated electricity here, you can now buy, some other company is offering me 100%. How do you enforce that?
Well, I think, although I haven't seen the leases, my understanding is the way it's going to be structured is that they would then not be in compliance with a provision of their lease.
It says they have to participate in the program.
Right, the program that we've agreed to participate in as part of one of our permitting requirements.
So they do that at their detriment and in violation of the lease terms, is your point?
And then the applicant's in violation of their condition. And I don't know what the town's enforcement action on that is. We can't pull back the permit.
So you have to monitor
So-
320 different apartments?
I mean, I think that the applicant's going to have to provide an annual report or a quarterly report proving and certifying that every unit is being
And was this a
powered by-
condition on phase one as well, or just phase two?
I'm not sure it's on one. It's not on one.
But this is a Cape Cod Commission
That's right.
requirement.
But I mean, I think they've flagged it, so I think we're in a position to make the same requirement on our town special permit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's,
This
I
won't
can
be the
get your
first
staff
time
a
that-
copy of the Cape Cod Commission provision so you can parrot it.
It would be helpful to see the language in the lease as
Yeah.
well.
well, again, I don't know who the burden in our town staff we're putting this on. Are we putting on this on the building commissioner's department and enforcement there, or the health department, or who? I don't know, but.
I mean, the Cape Cod Commission is already looking at it. It might make some sense to require that everything we file with the Cape Cod Commission, we file with the town of Barnstable, so you know we're complying with that provision. Rather than to try to put you in a position where the building department, who normally enforces conditions in a special permit, has to be an enforcing agent on that. Our job under the special permit would be to make sure you got copies of everything. If we hadn't filed with you, then we have a problem.
Has this come up before, though, with the Cape Cod Commission requiring 50% renewables? So how was it handled?
No,
in
I
those
think
cases?
it's part of their climate change criteria in the new regional policy plan.
So this is, if not the first time, it's pretty new.
Yeah, it is.
Uh,
And, we're an electric building as well, which is the first one that Hanover has built. Phase one was. Now this will be the second project that's all electric at their request.
Yeah, the monitoring does seem to be on whose shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can look at and see what the commission, what their determination is, and see if it's agreeable to us, and we can work with staff internally to figure out how.
So, can I jump in here real quick?
Go ahead.
So after listening to the meeting from May, I went back and watched it this afternoon, and I wrote down a couple notes, one of which was, can we condition the solar, right? Can we tell them, okay, so you don't want to put the panels on now, but can we say, put them on in 5 years? But this would probably be eliminated, this conversation we just had you agreed to do the solar now, while you're building it. It seems appropriate, in my opinion. Somebody already said solar's dropped down 90% in the last 10 years in value. So what else are we waiting for? I don't understand that piece of it. I really don't. Solar ready makes, to me personally, 0 sense.
What you heard us say in response to that was, not only was it a question of value coming down, but the technology was.
I get it. I get it, Attorney Ford, but technology is always going to improve. It's going to improve dramatically in 10 years and 20 years and 30 years. I mean, it doesn't, again, you're starting from scratch. So our job here is to, in my opinion, let's get the best possible product, as we've heard from multiple people of the public, now, and not wait until technology improves even more than it already has to then do it, because you'll be long gone. No offense, but New England, the development won't be around in 5 years or whenever, unless we condition it now that you say in 5 years you'll put them on. I mean, is 5 years enough time for technology to improve? I don't know the answer, but I just don't understand why it's not getting done at the point of building. So I have so many issues with, and I first want to say I so much appreciate the public coming out. The comments from both sides were on point. The letters were well scripted. I respect the members of the public, of course, who wrote them. I do take umbrage with Attorney Brennan. I felt like he was he talked about units, the trickle-down effect of units, and that when we build new units, those that are living in maybe substandard units, leaky roofs, no air conditioning, so forth, now they have an opportunity to move into a new unit with these nice features and parking and so forth. And then he said maybe, that those other units with leaky roofs, no air conditioning, and no parking are somebody's dream unit. I take serious issue with that, because I think everybody's dream unit is going to be what's going on at Hanover. I don't understand. Again, the affordability piece is mind-boggling to me at this point. If everybody that made public comment virtually stressed the importance of affordable units, and we're not getting them in this project. $3,000, $3,500, $3,200, whatever the rents are, I find I struggle with the affordability piece. That's an expensive rent for the people working at the Stop and Shop, and I understand the people working at Shepley, the people working for my business. And I don't know why the Cape Cod Commission insisted upon rental units instead of,
The town of Barnstable did. Well,
whoever did, versus,
The legislative body of the town
did what?
Insisted on rental units.
Versus home ownership, where people
Exactly.
can invest themselves. Okay,
Exactly.
that's fine. That's again, that might be a broader problem, but yeah, I don't know. I really think we're not going to have a chance to build our way out of this issue per se. I mean, I'll relate my own personal story. When I was in my 30s, I worked on the south end of Boston. I couldn't live in the south end of Boston. I couldn't live in Back Bay, so I lived in Jamaica Plain. I drove in. I took the train. Again, this isn't a problem that is just now occurring. It's been problematic forever. People can't live necessarily where they may want to live and work. So I don't know what the answer is. I do worry that we're going to build ourselves into a bigger hole by just, again, I hate to use this term, plopping units down in random sand pits, but it really makes me nervous that we are going to now be on the other end of the spectrum in 10 years, where we have 22,000 units, as a young man described, that the Cape Cod, Chamber's talking about, and who's going to fill all those 2,200 units or 22,000 units? I don't know. I'm really struggling with really trying to embrace this project and the affordability piece. It's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, I'm with you here. I mean, it was talked a lot here about, we're calling this an affordable and workforce housing project. So I think that someone needs to be hired to study the affordable and workforce housing needs of our community. You said you're currently at 90% occupancy. Why are you not at 100% with a waiting list if we have the needs?
We're at 95% right now.
So why is there not a wait list then? If the demand is so high, you said you're overprescribed for need for affordable, then why not build more affordable units? I think we also have not seen the rents. I think there's some wool being pulled over people's eyes. I hear Henry, he wants to live in his own place. What are the rents that you guys are proposing? You guys have not been public about what the rents are. here. Can Henry afford to live in his own place in this unit? Not an affordable unit. We're talking, you guys said this is workforce housing. So can he afford to live there as a single man working in the town of Barnstable? Again, we just need to know these numbers. I heard someone scoff when you said, I think, $3,000 for a one-bedroom. I think your Hanover 1 is $3,000 or more for a one-bedroom, but I could be wrong. So I think there's definitely some work to be done here. I think, you know, you said that these will serve, most of the units will serve 80 to 140% of AMI. Would you be willing to deed restrict the entire project to be 140% of AMI or below? And that's a question for you, the developer.
That's not what the ordinance requires.
I'm not saying it's, but that's not what you're asking us. You're asking us to make sure this is what meets our community needs. And so I'm trying to determine what our community needs are. And we need that data to understand, because you have said the community need is affordable in workforce. You and Mr. Tuig said it multiple times. So that is what the need is. Clearly, you said that. So we need to know what that number is. And I think you could come up with it. It takes some work. I mean, you said that, oh, well, if we have 2 incomes, then it'll work. So are you allowing roommates, 2, 3, 4 people to live in these units to make it work? Because it's going to take 4 people working at Stop and Shop to afford your rents. I can guarantee you it's. Exactly. Henry is one person that wants to live on his own, and he has heard you talk about this project, that it is going to provide housing for him to live in for one person.
I have never suggested anything was being provided to Henry per se, Mr. Chairman.
But someone in his position, and someone in that workforce, you have said workforce.
I don't know where he fits in the AMI, and nor am I in a position to ask him, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. But I think you can look at what our workforce wages are. AMI is one number, but what are our workforce wages?
AMI is the number that we've been required to use.
For your affordable, deed-restricted affordable units.
Right.
But you have said this project.
The comments we made were in response to Mark's point at the last meeting. Can't you look at 110 to 120, 130% AMI? That's where we need some things. AMI.
Well, so now I'm asking you, as you have said, that this is a workforce housing project, to look at the workforce.
Right, and apparently the workforce is being defined as within that range. There's no definition of workforce.
Yeah, there is actually. I believe it's between 80 and 120% per the town of Barnstable.
And you have defined it in your presentation that it is our first responders, our firefighters, our teachers, our workers in our community.
We've told you those are the people in phase 1.
And you've said that that's what this is going to serve. Mr. Tuig said it multiple times.
That's what phase 1 did serve.
And you've said, so you're saying these are not to serve that. These are to serve someone else.
No, we're suggesting the same types of individuals would be served in phase 2.
Okay.
Why isn't your building full then? Again, that's a very valid point. 90, and again, that number percentage has changed. First it was 95, then somebody said 90 today.
We didn't say 90. Somebody else got up and said 90.
Oh.
No, I did.
Mr. Tuig said 90.
I said it was over 90%.
Which is fine. I get it.
I mean, and right now it's 95.2.
Sure, whatever.
I mean, it was a very, very fast lease up.
Yep.
It will be full. There isn't any question it'll be full.
And I don't doubt that. But again, what Rob Brennan, what the Attorney Brennan said was he talked about the number of applicants for the affordability piece was skyrocketing, right? And you heard him. He's in support of this project. He talked about 950 applications for the whatever units, I can't remember. Does that does that sway you? Does that, I mean.
Well, of course it does. But here's what you're not appreciating. He talks about, and this is what you find down in the Cape. Someone did a 30-unit project. Okay, so they got 3 units of affordability. There aren't projects that create this number, over 70 units of affordability, effectively in 2 projects. It's a huge amount of affordable units. Of course it affects us.
Yep.
And we're trying to say, how do you solve it? Sometimes you have to go bigger so you can actually get the units that are needed in the community. And that's what this brings. And to you, Mr. Chairman, if you want a 1-bedroom unit here, market rate is about anywhere from $2,400 to $2,600. That's what the rate is if you want to be in phase 1. And someone who is making what is today, and you may not like the AMI, but that is the only sort of number and metric that we have, in Barnstable is $95,700 is 100% affordability. Yeah, but that's what the numbers are. And when you hear these stories about people paying $2,300, $2,400, and they're living in somebody's basement or garage or without all the amenities they have, yes, that's true. And that's why the speed in which we lease this place up, we had people coming in saying, you know, yeah, it's going to cost me a couple $100 more a month, but I live in a three-floor walk-up with old appliances, and I'm paying $1,900 a month. Because that's what it is today. So to say that this doesn't provide a benefit, that it doesn't provide affordable housing, that we're not providing enough affordable housing, when you hear someone like Attorney Reardon speak, what he's talking about and what these highly subsidized projects are, the number of units that we're providing in the Cape is just not enough. Between these two projects, we're going to have about 150 people, families living in, and single people in these affordable units. That's a huge number for one development to be able to do. So it's not right to say that it's not providing that. It's not right to say that, I mean, to do a study that says, yes, $2,400 a month, a lot of money. There's no question about it. And that's a one-bedroom market rate unit. But the reason they leased up is because of what is out there now. And if someone's paying, I mean, I'll give you a story. If we want to go down these roads, I'll give you a story of a woman who came in. She was our 12th person to do leasing. She started to cry when she signed her lease because she said, I never thought I would ever live in a place this nice for this kind of money. And she was paying about $300 more a month than her, and that was actually the story of the third-story walk-up. That's the type of thing that we're finding. And by the way, you can't make this all affordable, and you can't restrict it. When I say we're investing to create this number of affordable units, $23 million, $24 million in cash to be able to do that. You have to have some market rate units on the higher end to be able to afford to do that. I mean, this is math. This isn't sort of crazy math. But what I'm saying to you is about 70% are in that range of the lowest 65 to about 110, 115%. So the bulk of the units are going for people. And again, you may not like AMI, but that's all we got to go by. That's what the standard is. So people who are in that north of $100,000 a year or a little less are the folks who can get about 70% of the units we have. We have to be able to get some market rate units. We are getting 3-bedroom units that someone's paying a market rate. That's a lot of money for that unit, but that's the only way that we can somewhat subsidize. I'll give you the simpleton math on a 1-bedroom. I'll give you the exact number. Someone pays for 1-bedroom affordable unit at the lowest level, $1,500 a month. And pretty much utilities are there. What's the math on a $1,500 unit? Okay, unit costs us about $300,000 to do. We get about $18,000 a year in gross income. About a third of that goes to expenses, insurance, and everything else. So you get about $12,000 having invested $300,000. Oh, in about 6 years, you have to do a complete rehab of that unit. So why are they worth nothing? Why do you have to invest in that? Why do we have to take those units and invest in that? Because they're financially not worth anything. And that's just the reality of it. But we have made a decision that from a public policy standpoint, we want to create affordable housing that people can live in and have an opportunity that's treated exactly the same, that looks exactly the same, has the same level of amenities, at the same level of finishes, is in the same place so nobody really knows who's in that affordable unit. We've made that decision, which, by the way, is a good one. But you can't say, oh, well, you have to have it all that way. You can't, because the only way to pay for a unit, no one would ever say, none of us here would say, I'll invest $300,000 in something that I'm going to get $12,000 a year in gross dollars from. And by the way, in 6 years, I probably got to spend $100,000 to rehab that unit. Would you ever do that? Of course not. And that's why the unit isn't worth anything. So that's why and I am a little passionate about the issue because I spent a lot of time in affordable housing. And we're trying to make these units work. And you can't have units that don't reflect what you can do, which is a combination of affordable, mid-level, and then some full market rate, because it's the only way to make the numbers work. Sorry, I went off on that, but I really felt...
So you're saying the affordable units aren't worth anything? I'm just confused. What are your rents on your affordable proposed to be?
I'll give you a 1-bedroom is $1,500 a month.
You're 65% AMI.
I'll give you that. And if you want to go to At 80%, you're about 1,800. But think about the math. I mean, and I know, Mr. Chairman, you know this. The issue is that unit costs about $300,000 to build. You're going to spend today 32% in your overall costs for insurance and management and other costs. And then you're going to have to rehab that unit about 6 years out. There's no way that unit, that's why when a financier looks at our projects, looked at phase one, those affordable units have no value from a financial standpoint. You can't borrow against them. That's why you have to put the equity in to do an affordable unit. That's why it's so hard to do. And that's why you have projects that are doing a couple of units on 20 units of housing, and they're able to try to cover it that way. In this particular area, we thought scale was better because it gets more affordable units out. But it also means we have to write a big check in equity to be able to do those affordable units. And yes, we'll be able to do that. We'll be okay. But you have to offset that with some market rate units. Those are actual numbers of what we leased for phase one for affordable units. And actual numbers today, if you want to do a market rate, about 24 to 26, depending on the particular unit.
So the one market rate for the proposed project is 24 to 26 for a one bedroom?
Yeah.
And what about two bedroom?
I think I have all the affordable statistics. I don't necessarily have all the market rate.
Well, the market rate is what I have the affordables. I can pull that. That's easy.
Yeah. Anywhere from 32 to 35.
For the two bedrooms? 3,200 to 3,500. And how about the three bedrooms?
About around 4. Around 4.
And I think someone asked, and I don't know if we got the answer, what's your breakdown of affordable sizes going to be? Like 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, like numbers?
It's all done by percentage, she said earlier, I think.
So it'll be just, you'll be straight.
It's all done the same. I mean, but I give you a sense, a 3-bedroom unit that's in the lower affordable category is about $1,800.
But it can go up to 2,200.
About 2,200 if you're at 80%. If you're at 80%.
No, at 80%, you're at 2670.
No, for 3
Our
bedroom.
2025, I have our 2025 rent limits in front of me.
Well, I'm telling you what our project is.
Okay, what you guys you're going to.
That's what we're doing.
Okay.
Yeah. But
So it would be below the limits. You would have them below the AMI.
In this particular, for phase one, yeah, those are the numbers.
Okay. And the amount of income would be corresponding to that.
Mhm.
So it would be less than our.
Yeah, and utilities, it also depends, when you see that total, depends on how you treat utilities.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a misnomer there. But it gives you a sense, I'm giving you the actual numbers, what we're trying to do, what the project is. We think creating more affordable units is better. We think that our experience in phase one have been extraordinary in its lease up. Normally these take 12, 14, 16 months to lease up. We haven't had any of that. So we know the demand is there. We know that the affordable units don't generate any income, so we have to invest in those, and that you have to get some of the market rate on the higher ones to help pay you back for what you invest in. I mean, that's affordable math today. It's not pretty. But.
Yeah, and I solely appreciate, believe me when I say I appreciate it. I just worry about this. I guess so it comes down to scale. Ultimately, it comes down to is the scale more detrimental to the public good than not, ultimately, right? That's what we basically are tasked with, having to make that decision at this point. Is the scale, again, an appreciation of the affordability piece that you're offering, because you are above the 10%, and that's, but again, it comes down to the scale and how much of the infrastructure will be able to support, I mean, that. So.
All right, I'm going to speak to that, because concern about water. We spent a lot of time on water, what can be done, what would be the amount, is there enough? We went through that, fine, proven out that we can do it. Sewer, your modeling was 10 years old. So we updated the modeling. We were asked to pay to, get the engineer to actually do that, figure out what our contribution is. There's plenty of excess capacity. Sewer works. You have that. When you talk about transportation, there's money that goes to Barnstable and a check, and there's all kinds of, and I think in our first presentation that we presented about whether it be sidewalks or intersections or pedestrian areas, that's all part of our transportation. So we are addressing all that infrastructure. On top of that, net taxes that are able to go to the community and the fire district to be able to address issues. So yes, I do think it works because we have had to mitigate and deal with how do you address the water? How do you address the sewer? How do you address the transportation? What's the ultimate tax benefit look?
Yeah, I guess just as a resident of Centerville myself, I feel that the sewer project burden coming, right? I mean, it's coming to taxpayers throughout the town of Barnstable, not just, the projects that you're talking about here. And that concerns me for sure. I really, truly worry about where that burden's going to fall when push comes to shove, that there's no money to continue the sewer project that we've been, faced with at this point. So, that's a concern. And again, it goes back to, you guys are going to now add 320 units to the system that ultimately the rest of us are going to end up paying for down the road at some point. It may not be now, it may not be in 5 years, but I think we're all going to be a part of that. And so again, it goes back to scale. The scale is going to affect us at some point in the wallet.
But I would humbly suggest that providing housing for people to live here, so they're not coming over the bridge, and providing two projects that together, at any way you look at it, probably have a gross of around $1.5 million in new taxes. I don't know how that hurts your concern. If anything, having that as a zero tax benefit sand and gravel pit, I think that puts you in a far worse position to try to address some of the infrastructure. Have us mitigate what we have to do and what we should do, provide that opportunity, provide real new taxes and real new growth. And there was a comment made about, well, I've never seen a residential project. You know, if I was here 20 years ago, residential projects kind of didn't work because it had school impacts and what was going on. It doesn't work. In the last 10 years, that has totally flipped. And the reason it's totally flipped is how we sort of live our lives, number of children that people have, family size, what they're looking at. Residential projects have become profitable projects for communities. If you not that we look at it that way, but if you do, Pine Hills, perfect example. We did Pine Hills. Pine Hills is almost built out. Pine Hills provides the town of Plymouth over $20 million in taxes. It has 52 school children, just to give you a sense. That on a net basis, any computation that you make is a tremendous net benefit to the community, as this will be a net benefit to the community. That's housing today because it's different type of housing. Our family units are different. Our family size is different. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but it's just sort of what it is. We don't have single family. The worst thing a community can have, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, but a single family 4-bedroom with 4 kids, that's tough. That's not what our families are, though, anymore. And that's not what this is. And that's one of the reasons it's a rental. So.
Can I ask a question somewhat related, and perhaps you can answer this for me? Of the people that apply for residency there, what is the most common, I know you can't speak to specifics, what is the most common reason for not being accepted as a tenant? Maybe you're not at that level where you see that, but
I think you made a comment earlier about credit.
Is it credit? Is it
credit?
Is it, can they not afford it?
But chances are they know when they come over what the rates are. And quite honestly, what you see out in the marketplace today, I know people gasp at the rentals, but in all honesty, look around. I mean, so you might have that. I don't know of any. I mean,
is it credit generally?
Credit, people come in sometimes, they have very bad credit reports.
And when you say bad, what is there a threshold cutoff for?
I don't know.
It's all right. It's all right.
The only reason I ask is because a lot of the housing that does exist currently, there's not a credit check. There isn't anything. They pay higher rates, but that is almost like a tax for having bad credit. A lot of those tenants are tenants for a reason, and no disrespect or anything, but their life situation is that way. I understand that as a business, it works slightly different. I personally have always been a fan of letting the market speak somewhat, and it may come to the point on Cape Cod where employers, I've only seen it once with the fire department where they were offering a stipend to bring somebody in for a position. This may become more of a normality here on the Cape where employers may have to offer that, whether it's merit-based or otherwise, when they are looking for housing and they're looking for applicants. I can appreciate Mr. Lippman, had a lot of letters supporting, but nobody said that they were willing to subsidize their own employees. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, but you don't necessarily hear it out when we're talking about these things. But I do think if there was a place to put this scale of a project, I think when you're looking at rents in general, if you're trying to hit a certain level, you either have density or you have subsidization. In this case, there's no subsidization. There has to be density. I think it's one or the other. I don't think you get away without having either of those things when you're talking about doing anything. Can we build our way out of this? Probably not, but can we offer people the opportunity to make that choice for themselves? I do worry more about the single people. I think, as a younger person, I had roommates. It was just part of life. Eventually got out of those situations. But for the single people that are, say, and the reality is you go into most businesses, it's $20 an hour, somewhere between 20 and 25. That means they're making $50,000 a year. Can a person making $50,000 to $55,000 a year have the option to be in these units? And perhaps they do at the 65.
No, they can't.
I don't know. I haven't run that math, but at 30% of their income, that's probably the question the board is really concerned about here, or at least I don't want to speak for everybody. But is that a realistic number?
Well, and I mean, I think, we hear from Chief Chalice and Chief Burke that they can't bring people in out of the academies. They can't afford to live here. And those are single people that want to be first responders in our community. This, maybe if they win the lottery and they get a 65% unit, maybe it would work. But, we're not, I just want the public to know this will not meet those needs. It will not.
I wanted to ask one more question too, real quick, was if you could put your finger on why that other 5% of units aren't rented, how would you explain that? Just out of curiosity.
Full rental is oftentimes somewhere, in the 90s. People would consider that fully rented. You have turnover.
Sure.
I mean, it just, we've now, part of that building has now been about a year, so you're going to have sort of the natural flow. But when we're over 95% rental and occupied, that's
It's just ironic because, again, going back to Rob Brennan real quick, he talked about the Furman building in Pleasant Street and him having a wait list of people waiting for availability in his units. Why isn't that happening at Hanover? I'm just curious.
You're also very difficult to compare something that's 275 units and something that's X. I mean, you'll have, that is a smaller number. That's one reason you have a natural turnover that you're going to have, especially given that the first phase. We also only completed the last set of the buildings, fairly recently. So you'll have that. Usually when you look at a 12 to 14 month build out, we're way better than that. There may be some of those more recent units that just sort of naturally take a little bit of time to lease up.
Right.
But when you're over 95%,
yeah, that's fair. I get it. I'm just curious.
It's sort of like full employment. What's full employment? It's not zero. Well, it isn't. I mean, and in the same way, full rental on a 275 unit building is not 100%. I mean, you're not. I mean, sometimes it is. But
sure.
It's not,
understood. Yep. I was just curious because I just. All we hear about is wait lists, and for housing, and
we've heard that the town is.
I mean, there's just So I'm just curious. I just anyway.
So just to go back to some of the other comments, did we sort of cover? Did the CFAC? Did the report get sent to CFAC? The financial analysis. We never heard back from them. I don't.
We sent it to you about a month ago.
Okay.
We didn't send it to anybody else.
Okay. And do you know, did that get sent over? No? Okay. Because that came up in the May 28th meeting, to get their input or comments back. And so maybe that was on me to try to chase them down.
That wasn't a request of the board.
It was discussed. It was discussed, and it was a request of the public. It was a request, I believe, one of our counselors. It was, again, tonight. Counselor, I think Ludke brought it up tonight.
Also, can I offer something to the board just on a previous discussion point? As far as, I don't want to beat it to death on the solar, but just in my own research, a lot of those subsidies are ending currently. The 2026, once it gets there, it's done, unless this thing is built. and those subsidies go on. The truth is, a lot of solar currently in the current technology, it doesn't work unless it's subsidized. And it also doesn't guarantee, just because there's solar, that it goes towards the tenants. It may go to another project, might go to common meters on anything they own in Massachusetts or otherwise. The other thing I want to offer is if we look at the architectural design of this, and I've only investigated this because I have a similar project, is when you have a hip roof, there's very small amount of actual roof line. They've got their mechanicals, if I'm not correct. So you have all your, this is a 100% electric building. They've got all their heat pumps on the top, correct? All in line, and that's where that's how they are visually hiding them. It's probably, being in the sun probably isn't their, best choice. I'm not saying that in that way, but they wouldn't put them there if they didn't have to, but they're screening them. So I don't think there's as much opportunity as we might suspect. It doesn't mean they shouldn't maybe attempt at some point, but solar ready is in the code. It just means that all the chases, all the lines have to be there available for them to hook it up at a future date without drilling holes or doing things like that. It's just some added information that perhaps is just a consideration when we talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, Councilor Ludke was asking for the building to be designed to fit solar in an efficient way.
Yeah.
Again, that's something that the board can decide if that's
Now,
important or not.
whether that's, if there was possibility down the road to look at decks that went over the heat pumps, I don't know. I'm not the designer of the building, but I know oftentimes, like the parking garage, I mean, I see you shaking your head, but I know what I'm sure you've investigated it aesthetically on there. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but, again, the technology will advance. I think those things are there. It's hard to force somebody's hand with those things because honestly, right now they don't actually make money. They're a cost, and it's more of an optics thing. Please no hate mail. I'm just stating kind of some facts here. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So just to go back to Ms. Cole and Councilor Starr's comments about the pedestrian connection access. So you're saying that the sidewalk on Wilkins would be filled in to continue out to Addicks, correct?
Right, there's an empty space currently, which I believe is the space that he's referring to.
No, he's also talking about the sidewalk leading from the Addicks up to the Star Market.
Yeah.
There is no
There's
current
no
sidewalk there.
These sidewalks are like sidewalks to nowhere right now on Wilkins.
No, the sidewalks to Wilkins get down to Addicks.
But then what?
And then it goes up Addicks.
They're going to add a sidewalk. You guys are going to add a sidewalk up Addicks to connect.
There is one, as I understand it.
I don't
No,
think so.
there's not. That's what we're asking for.
Yeah, so when you get to that set of lights on Addicks and you're going from Wilkins across to the back of the Home Depot, the sidewalk ends.
And it doesn't connect to BJ's or to Star Market or towards that plaza.
Yep.
Isn't there a sidewalk on the other side of the road?
No.
Okay.
There's no crosswalk currently to cross Addicks either. The current sidewalk curves at the end of Wilkins going east and then just ends.
This is the plan of the sidewalks and the pedestrian connections. They're in yellow.
Can you just define pedestrian connection?
So if you're looking at where we're going to extend it out to Addicks, that empty space in Wilkins currently, that's required under our DRI permit. And then there is a sidewalk on the other side of Addicks.
That you're adding?
No, that's there. That's there, right? That was built under Phase 1.
A sidewalk?
Yes.
Did anyone? I visited it twice. I didn't see a sidewalk there, but
Yeah, from Stop and Shop to Wilkins, all the way down.
there's.
Right, and there's a crosswalk right there at Addicks and Wilkins. That was all part of our Phase 1 sidewalks.
Okay, I mean, I show and looking at the maps, but maybe it's been updated. When I was there, I didn't think it was there, but it ended at the end of
No, this is current,
Independence Plaza.
Mr. Chairman. The yellow one, this is current. The one section we're building is to complete it on Wilkins out to Attucks.
Okay.
So I think Councilor Starr's point was that if you look across Wilkins to the shopping area where the Star Market is, and the new Brazilian restaurant and other Quite stores, there is no sidewalk connecting that shopping plaza to Attucks, if I'm correct,
Yeah,
Councilor Starr.
I mean, there's not one on this plan. We would have put it on, I'm sure.
And I don't know necessarily if it's the developer's responsibility
Right.
to improve another shopping center's property at this
Right.
point, but we certainly could ask you to do that, maybe, I don't know.
Well, as part of Phase 1, we were asked to build the sidewalk all the way down to the Stop and Shop lights along Attucks.
Yep.
And the crosswalk over Attucks to Wilkins.
Yeah, I think you can understand Councilor Starr's point is that if you lived in Hanover 2 and you wanted to get the BJ's, look at what you have to do. Follow your yellow line around the corner there. That's probably a 2-mile walk. Not 2 mile, but it's a hefty.
No, it's not 2 miles.
It's not 2 miles, but is it a mile, half mile, 3/4 of a mile?
Might be a half mile.
Yeah, well, probably even heavy. So again, it's anyway. My point is, to me, it's that this was sold. You know, you did talk about the walkability, the rail trail, which is great. Would love to see it. Should have happened a long time ago, in my opinion. But will it ever happen? It's hard to say. So I just don't see, in my opinion, a walkability. Of this project.
Could I have, Mr. Chairman, could I have Jeff Dirk, who is our traffic engineer, just address that for a moment?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Jeffrey Dirk with Vanessa & Associates, we're the transportation consultants. The issue that you're discussing was a real subject or topic of discussion with the Cape Cod Commission. We did look at completing that missing piece of sidewalk to get to the Festival Mall. It's on private property, so we can't do it, and I think that's one of the things that you mentioned. However, what we did from a planning standpoint, as you heard, Phase 1, we ran the sidewalk along the south side of Attucks to get to Wilkins Lane. As a part of this project, what we are doing, we are rebuilding the traffic signal at that intersection. So you heard Attorney Ford mentioning part of the connectivity is plugging in the missing gaps so that we have walkability essentially all the way from Kids Hill down to Attucks along Wilkins by filling in the missing piece of sidewalk. When we get to the signalized intersection, we are rebuilding the wheelchair ramps, replacing the crosswalks, replacing the pedestrian push buttons and their signal indications, rebuilding the wheelchair ramps, with the idea being that now we have full connectivity and walkability from Kids Hill down down Wilkins to get to Attucks, redoing the crosswalk so then now you can get across the street. When we get to the portion where it transitions from public to private, we're building the sidewalk and the stub to connect to that. We can't run that second piece into the private property, but what we can do is provide that sidewalk stub so then as a part of what may happen in the future with the Festival Mall, the commission will then ask that they complete that piece of sidewalk. The other important thing about that connection is that's where the Cape Cod Regional Transit Authority has their bus service. We've committed to discussing with them extending the service to now serve 2 multifamily residential, which makes it more affordable for them in terms of ridership to extend that service up that way. Today, the bus stop is at Wilkins Lane and Attucks. This connection and rebuilding the intersection provides that connection to public transportation so that we have walkability down to the intersection, not only to connect to the existing and improved sidewalks, we're then extending it so then we can link up to the Festival Mall, but we're also providing connectivity to the Cape Cod Regional Transit Authority, which was an important connection that's going to happen as a part of now making this a walkable corridor.
Thank you.
All of those requirements are outlined in the DRI decision, and they're all in addition to the payment of $324,000 into a transportation pot that comes to the town of Barnstable to be spent on transportation. Those are over and above that. So, Mr. Chairman, I guess where I'm at is I read the ordinance, I read the special permit criteria, I read the requirements that we have to meet under the ordinance, And it seems to me we're getting away, we're going to all these issues that aren't necessarily covered in the ordinance.
Well, I think is what you've leaned on is the public's support of this project. And I want to make sure that the public's support is that you're delivering what they are supporting. And again, it has been presented as an
They've all been made
affordable.
aware that the building was going to be solar ready. They all came to the Cape Cod Commission public hearings. They've all been made aware of what we were doing in terms of solar ready. There's suggestions here, we should do that or make a commitment to do it in a very short period of time. That's not provided anywhere in the zoning ordinance. I haven't heard, other than a couple of people who have not necessarily been in support of the project all along, asking you to do it now. So I guess I'm looking for some direction as to where the board believes that we're falling short and that we need to focus on under the ordinance. The test is whether or not this project is substantially more detrimental to the public good.
But isn't that the sum and substance of this conversation? We're talking about the public good. Is the overall benefit of this project here going to be detrimental to the public good? And I think taking into consideration the express interests and concerns of the public helps us to make that finding.
It does. There's no question. All right. So, but the actual term is whether this project is substantially detrimental to the public good. And that's been conflated on some of the speakers that it's not in the public good. So it doesn't create public good, you should deny it. That's not the test, frankly. But if we're missing that, we need some direction.
No, I understand. And I think to answer whether it represents a substantial detriment to the public good, we need to engage in these conversations. There have been concerns raised that by the public, which is representing the public good, or the neighborhood affected, which is the second part of that test. And I think the scope of the project is as Aaron said, is could get us to an answer to that question. And how much the applicant is willing to respond and address some of the concerns that the public has raised gets us, to my mind, to an answer to that question. And I think that's what this exchange is about.
Well, I'm not a voting member of this particular case, but I do have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Go for it.
There's a three-pronged test to a special permit. Okay. The question before the board is, to what extent have those three prongs been satisfied? As I listened to the people who came up here who wanted more out of the project, I don't remember any of them saying they don't want the project. They just want more out of it, which is normal. The question to the board is, how high a hurdle do you want to place on this thing? I mean, it can get so high that it's not worth it. And a lot of what we're talking about has to do with the economics of a private company who wants to make money on a project. Now, our vote is that reasonable to our conscience? Yes, I would like to have 5,000 apartments that are rent stabilized so that someone making $20 an hour can afford. That's not feasible. We all know that. So the question is, to what extent does this help? This helps. One apartment rent controlled or would help. 70 of them or 60 of them or whatever, that's great. If they can't sell the apartments at their market rate, they wouldn't build them. So I think I give substantial credit to the developers and the amount of effort that they've gone through to get this to where it is now. And I think it's time for the board to step up and be counted and take a look at the three criteria and vote on it.
Anyone else? I believe we have another member of the public that may want to speak. We did not close public comment. If you'd like to speak, go for it. Just name and address for the record.
Good evening, friends. My name is John Julius. I live in Hyannis. I've been on the Cape now since 1972. And my comments that I'm about to make will show no disrespect for any of the prior speakers. But I want to share a few things with you. I am vehemently opposed against this project. And I'll give you a few reasons why. Let's start with water and sewer. I saw a report today, an investigative TV report, 45% of the water across this country is loaded with PFAS. Let me tell you something. I've spent countless nights at this podium, going back over 20 years, probably 25 years. Gary Lopez and I, we wrote the book on PFAS over there at the airport. Nobody wanted to listen, and I have people today say, wow, you were right all along. You're damn right I was. I haven't seen anybody tonight express a concern about the water. Hyannis is facing 1.8 million deficit water a day. That's a fact. You can look at the report. Maybe some of you have seen it. Let's talk about the sewer. Do we really think that our infrastructure in the sewer can handle this? You know, 2 years ago on January 28th, they closed down Lewis Bay to shellfishing. It was January 28th. They called a friend of mine and said, did you know that the shellfish beds are closed? It's January 28th. What the hell is going to happen come July? Well, you know what? July came, and you know what happened? There was a recall of 19,000 contaminated oysters. You know where they were from? Lewis Bay. So I'm here tonight to express those concerns, water and sewer. Now let's talk about, because all we ever hear, and you know something, my background, I'm not patting myself in the back, but you know what? I was here in 1988, right here at this podium. The Barnstable Town Council in 1988 imposed a building moratorium, of which I would lead the pack right now to get a moratorium on the building that's going on, especially destroying our town of Barnstable, because that's what it's doing. It's destroying the town. And all we ever hear about is, oh, more affordable housing, more. You ever hear that saying, feed the seagulls and they will come? Let me tell you something. You keep building and people are going to come. When's the last time anyone, whether it's this developer or anybody else, went and really did a true study and a true survey? Go knock on the doors of the affordable people. You really think they're working at Stop and Shop? Do you really? Because I don't. And I'll share something else with you. And I wrote an article probably 3 years ago, right before Easter in the Cape Cod Times, and it was entitled The Raw Truth About Affordable Housing. And I had some people wanted to throw rocks at me, but the next morning I got emails from people from Oregon, from Rhode Island, saying, you're absolutely right. I know I'm right. I know I'm right. And, we always hear about, well, who's going to take care of us? You know something? I came tonight. I didn't want to be here, but I'm wearing an ankle. You can see my boot. I had an ankle replacement done 4 weeks ago last night. And I'm here tonight. Why? Because I care. But my point is, in 2022, I had a knee replacement. 23, I had quadruple bypass up at Mass General. 24 last year, I had a total hip, and then this June here, I had a total ankle replacement. I'm not patting myself on the back, but my point is, I've had no problems with physical therapy. I go walk right into Pro Cuts. I get my hair cut. There's no problem. You want to get a cup of coffee? Go over there to the coffee shop on 28. Go to the Daily Paper. I was out with a friend of mine tonight. We went to dinner because I retired from real estate after 39 years and sold 6,000 homes. So I can tell you, I did write the book on a lot of and I don't speak out of tune. And I'm here again tonight. I was watching this at home. My wife said, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Town Hall. He didn't, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for not closing the public hearing, public comment. Because I think this is very important, and I think it's time to take a damn step backwards to look at all this, especially the water and sewer. And then traffic, that's just another nightmare. You talk about traffic. I mean, now they're talking about wanting to move the homeless shelter from where it is over there up to West Main Street. More insanity. So I just, again, want to impress upon you that, you know, it's not like Cape Cod has 12,000 new businesses that are coming into town and they need the housing for all these people. And I can tell you, I've had no problems at all with my health care, going to the dentist right up the street here, I get my teeth cleaned. No issues. No issues on going out to dinner tonight. Plenty of waitresses in the restaurant, plenty of bartenders. So where is the problem? Once again, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. And more important than that, it's, I don't know, probably after 10:30. And I'll tell you what, I do give you guys a lot of credit because you deserve the credit for putting the time in that you do as volunteers. Nobody probably has given you a new Jaguar or a triple pay raise tomorrow morning. So I do appreciate all the time that you put in. Thanks again for allowing me to speak. Everybody have a great night, and hopefully I can make it out safely to my car in a walking boot. Thanks again, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Julius. All right, what's the pleasure of the board? Oh, yep, sorry, go ahead. Yep, public comment's still open.
A lot of the things.
Just name and address for the record.
I'm sorry, Bill Carey, and I'm a Comaquid resident, and I've been living in Comaquid for over 50 years now. So a few things, a lot of things we've covered here, I think, pretty well. I spoke at the last meeting, and I spoke about my opinion that this area, Independence Park, which I'm looking very broadly. I'm not sure exactly what would be the definition of Independence Park, if it's exactly, Independence Road and Communications Way. But that whole industrial area originally was set up for industrial purposes and was to be used for business. And the problems that we seem to be having here is we're talking about workforce, housing, and it's the question of putting the cart before the horse. You've got to have employment in order to have housing. So if you don't have good, valid employment, such as good jobs from manufacturing, from the office buildings that are in the park now, we have some manufacturing. We don't have enough of it. And as I had suggested before, and I suggested to the Cape Cod Commission, somebody should have done a feasibility study. Probably should have been Cape Cod Commission. That's their job, to determine what is the highest and best use of the property. And we need jobs. We've got to get good paying jobs. And I've been in banking my whole life, retired now. If you look at the numbers, by my numbers, and if you're looking at rents of $2,600 to $3,600, something like that, then you're going to have an income of about $140,000, $150,000. So you got, if it's a couple, which is typically, what you run into, then you have a double income coming in. So it'd be $75,000 one person, $75,000 another person, or maybe it's, $50,000, one person, and another one $100,000. So those are the types of people that you're going to be, that would be able to afford to live here. And I'm not talking about the affordable aspect of it, because those, as people were saying, there's 950 people lined up for one unit. I'm talking about the workforce. And that is more difficult. And going back to your question, there are many employers that are providing housing or subsidies. Some of the bigger, well-known companies that provide the housing in order to make this work so that they have workers. So I go back to what's the highest and best use? We should have done a feasibility study, not necessarily you. Cape Cod Commission should have. And Cape Cod Commission didn't really listen to people. They gave you a 3-minute timeout, and at 3 minutes, they kicked you off the stage. And you can't cover these issues. And I really appreciate what you're doing and sacrificing your time to listen to everybody and carefully consider what you're doing. And people have said, maybe you're moving too fast. Maybe you need a feasibility study, not their feasibility study, because they've done it and they've got the numbers and they know what's going to work. I think you need to have your own feasibility study done by an independent party working for you to see what they say. And they will tell you who the profiles of the people are that they would be interested in this, whether it should be commercial or whether it should be residential. And going back to, I think somebody else said here earlier, you're talking about 1,000 housing units now in this one area, Independence Park, kind of broadly speaking, but that industrial area, 1,000 units. What kind of impact does that have on our culture here? I think of Cape Cod and Barnstable and in Comaquid as being rural. And the project looks urban. It feels urban. And I like the rural feeling of, how it was 50 years ago and continues to be still now. Just quickly, a couple of other points. On the year-round leases, 12-month lease, 6-month, and some cases 6-month lease, that's going to be a difficult one for you to monitor. I would tell you that that's probably unenforceable. I don't know how you would keep track of that. Whether or not people are sticking with their leases for 12 months. There is turnover. They can collect first and last month's rent, but what can you do? So the burden falls on who monitors that, who's going to make sure that that continues. Last time we spoke, Michael Ford said, I believe, that this would be carbon neutral. And then this time he said it was going to be carbon sequestration. So I'm not sure why that changed, what that means. I like the idea of renewable energy. We want to probably use renewable energy whenever we possibly can. So carbon sequestration, I wonder if it's going back to what Mark was talking about. Maybe they are selling or purchasing energy that isn't here, that's not directly benefiting this project. Maybe they're investing in purchasing that carbon sequestration as opposed to being carbon neutral in this particular project. So I don't really understand, what that was all about. Well, that was basically it. My main concern is providing highest and best use. Is it going to be for industrial, commercial use? Shouldn't we be doing that instead of bringing in a big, massive project, another 320 units, another with their other 220 or 230 units, I forget what it was. I mean, that's a lot of people concentrated into this one area, never mind the other complexes that are already in there. And maybe we should be thinking about how we should be using our limited resources of land. Maybe it should be set aside for some developer that's going to put in an industrial, office building or industrial complex, manufacturing, commercial, whatever. But do something to stimulate jobs and keeping people here so that they don't graduate from Cape Cod Community College or wherever and have to leave because they can't afford to live here. They can't find a job. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, board members, what's your
If I may, Mr. Chairman, first of all, I really want to thank everybody who took the time to come and express their views here on both sides. I've been listening to a lot of to everything that's been said, and if there's ever a case for the importance of civic engagement, this is it. The comment that was just made about, perhaps having a plan before we start deciding what goes where. Unfortunately, I think some of these decisions were made some time ago, and I think Attorney Ford laid it out. There was the town council met. Ordinances were adopted that dedicated, to your point, the use for this long time ago. That decision's been made. And I keep going back to that, thinking about what is our role at this point in this process, and how many of those decisions perhaps were made without a lot of engagement. And I wasn't there, so I can't, maybe that's unfair to say. But it seems to me that our role is very constrained, and Paul, thank you for reminding me of that. I mean, there are standards under the ordinance that were adopted, the ordinance that created the zoning district that determined what kind of use it is to be put to, and the kind of requirements that need to be met. Those decisions were made, that ink is dried some time ago. And I go back to our role now and looking at the standards for special permits. And I do, to a certain degree, disagree with Attorney Ford. I think the idea of whether there's a substantial detriment to the public good here necessarily has to take into account the view of the public. And I think that's the importance of these conversations, because we're now hearing what the public thinks, to what extent, whether it's substantial or not, this project would be a detriment to the public good of the neighborhood. So that's a long way of saying that in a way we're being asked, a lot of these comments go beyond what really our role is. I think our role is fairly circumscribed, the standards laid out in the ordinance, and I agree with Paul. I think we need to decide now whether or not the standards, each of the prongs have been met, and make a decision. And a lot of the things we're talking about, those decisions were made before. And the beginning of my comments is civic engagement matters. At the time that ordinance was passed, that designated this law, that's the time to become involved and think prospectively about land use.
And that was during COVID. I mean, did you watch the video? Did you watch the video?
I
mean,
did watch the
I
video.
think the other thing we have to look at is we have to look at the spirit and intent of the zoning ordinance. And unfortunately, this sort of second phase, I think, was maybe slid in there. So it's really hard to extrapolate from our town councilors what the spirit and intent of, call it phase 2, the 1,000-foot back.
But
they
they're
had
the
a-
elected
They had an
officials.
intent on the first part.
Yeah. No, but they're the elected officials.
Yeah, I agree. They're above our pay grade.
And they made the decision, and that's why I think it kind of circumscribes and narrows the scope of what we can do here. Because whatever the circumstances, the ordinance is in the books.
And a lot of us watched this again. It's important for us to get the information out. There was very, very little mention of the second phase. And so when we go to look at that, and what we're saying here for members of the public is that we try to gauge based on the original conversations, what was the intent, what was the feeling of this, and it was really difficult in this sense, in this case. And I hope that everybody can appreciate the fact that, it seems over the last bunch of years, we've been asked to be making some very large decisions that almost jump out of the scope of where we come into play, and people have to realize at the end of the day, we look at these 3-pronged tests, or whatever it happens to be, a special permit or a variance, and we have to make those decisions based on that. We don't get to go outside those parameters generally, but I do think it is important that we had heard the public, that we had a really vibrant discussion, because the transparency issue is what has been getting people crazy in the past, and we need to make sure that we that we acknowledge what people are asking, to say, is it a reasonable ask? Is it not a reasonable ask? I mean, I think there's some of both. So, anecdotally, even when people talked to me about it or came up and talked to me about it, they just wanted it. You may be gone years from now. We will probably still be here. The people want it to be a community. I believe the intent is to build it like a community, but it still feels somewhat segregated in its place. I think it would go a long way if, in some way, there was, a more deliberate effort to connect the surrounding businesses and things like that, whether it's a multi-purpose road to, working with the town, who I think would be favorable to it, to get to Hathaway's Pond, or to make it a little easier for people to really feel connected to the businesses that bought the program. That was really the discussion that people had with me. It wasn't necessarily about whether they wanted the project or not. Nobody was really opposed to it. They just wanted to be heard and say, we want it to feel like community. Yes, it's a large building, it's dense. They wanted that to be it seemed to be a focus. So I think we have to address that. And when we haven't addressed things like this in the past, it has come back to bite the town. And I think we're just trying to avoid that. I know it seems like we go slow sometimes, but it really is to the benefit of everybody to hear all viewpoints and for us not to miss something, because sometimes the smallest things we miss end up being the biggest issues.
Mark, well said. I also want to add is this is not the end. I mean, you've got to have, 600, 700 apartments out there. Those people count. They vote. We're according to their figures, or whoever's figures, there's obviously a net profit to the town. And I think the town has a responsibility here over time to step up. If those people in there, those voters, those citizens, desire more or need more, whether it be safety or convenience or whatever, okay, raise your hand. What a block of votes. Holy cow, they could run the town. I think the town has to step up. I think the citizens there have to step up. This is not the end, however the vote goes.
So I think the question is, are the rest of us willing to pay for that as taxpayers in this town?
Well, a net profit of $300,000 a year doesn't mean that I pay for all of it. Okay?
I think that's what we're really considering here, and what we're looking at or trying to be sure of.
That's no difference by saying that I'm helping subsidize a sewer today for somebody else. I mean, I live in Barnstable. We're going to have a sewer for 30 years. I'm still paying for somebody else's sewer who's going to get it next week. This is the same thing here.
So what's the pleasure of the board? Do we want to make a continuance, or does someone want to close public comment and make some sort of findings? Or,
if I may, Mr. Chairman, I guess I'd put it to the applicant as a question. Did you hear, Mr. Ford or Mr. Tui, anything from the public comment that you think can be addressed? And to your point, to get us to make the finding that this is not a substantial detriment to the public, was there any question or concern that can be remedied from your perspective, to the chairman's point about continuing this?
Yeah. So the question of whether we should agree to a time period on the solar might be something that we could spend some time to think about, additional time. Although part of that is not simply whether it's going to get cheaper, but whether it's going to get better given the space we have. And I think Member Hanson has really looked at the roofs and realizes that we're not talking about a huge area here. So I don't know how important that is, but that's something we could think about and maybe respond to. I think once the board begins to understand what's really out there from a connectivity standpoint, maybe there's some other recommendation that you could make, but we might be able to suggest by way of condition that we're willing to work with, for example, our neighbor, Cape Cod Aggregates, who owns land abutting us over to Finney's Lane. And maybe there is a quicker way to get to the recreation area at Hathaway's Pond that would benefit these, and we could suggest a condition that you could review, that we could include in that, to help on that connectivity issue. So those are two things that I came away with. I noticed that even those from West Barnstable, Ms. Cole, who's been at all of these meetings, and she's correct. She's never said deny the project. I'm just trying to make it better. And so I'm responding to your comment, is there some ways that we could do that? Now, in terms of a connection to BJ's for shopping or something else, well, we're going to be working with the water department to try and get permission to hook up the main. We already have a condition on that. We've agreed to cooperate before we go to another hookup area that they would approve. You know, those discussions could include a good faith effort to try and expand that easement to be able to get some sort of walkway over there. Now, we couldn't bind ourselves to those because those are property rights that we don't control, but we could come in with some conditions that maybe you could look at and say, well, they're willing to take a shot at making these efforts on some of that. We may be able to offer some of those as proposed conditions, precatory in nature as they might be.
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
Attorney Ford, there are two pieces of land here on this map in blue, undeveloped thus far. And I see them clearly marked, including that dirt patch as you come down Wilkins where there's been construction debris, I think, which might eventually get included.
Well, that's on the right-hand side.
They own that land.
Who owns that land?
New England Development owns it.
Yeah, so is there nothing in the future? I mean, could we condition this property fully built out? I mean, again, is there plans for phase 3?
Those two lots are not before you,
I understand that. I'm just trying to get a beat on what the future might hold.
and maybe we have a suggestion?
No, I mean, Mr.
Required
Chair,
open
if
space.
it's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
With that sand, and we don't own that area, we own further down. You know, there are two other lots here. You know, we've got some interest in, you know, potentially developing. I think because it was public knowledge, we have an interested hotel user on the 4-acre piece. Now, whether or not that's not before you, you know, that's something that we would have to.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Did you say hotel?
Hotel use for there. Now, whether or not that will ever happen, but we've had expressed, I mean, but to go back to, and Attorney Ford covered it, but I mean, the kind of things that we heard, I think we should provide you some more information on the solar. I think we should provide you with some more information on the connectivity, because if you actually, if you call up a Google map and you're looking at that, you're going to see an older one, and you're not going to see some of the things that were recently built. I think we should do a better job of explaining that connectivity, and maybe with a condition that can sort of talk about how that could go through. I think we ought to also explain better, you know, some of the mitigation that's related to and the benefits that are coming, not just for transportation, but some of the other things. I think there are a few things that we heard tonight that if we did a better job in explaining it, might answer some of the questions that are out there. I mean, Councilor Starr, I mean, all Canada has been against this project since phase 1. He was against it in phase 2. And that's true. I think most of his issues, though, and again, that's not a comment on his issues. His issues are important, and we should hear them. But I think the issue of, you know, the water main connection, the emergency exit, the sidewalk, the deed restrictions, the local preference, we've answered those and can answer them. I don't think they're remaining outstanding, but I do think some more information on the PED, bicycle, connectivity, sidewalk, how we move around the site, potential condition as we can show some additional connectivity through other people, a little bit of a focus on, you know, some of the alternatives on solar, I think might be important things for the board to hear. That's my take.
So do we want to make a motion to continue at this point? Is that fair, Attorney Ford?
I would agree.
Yeah,
And I think a good state outreach, understanding the property right issues you raised, that.
So we got 8/13, 9/10 in person, August 13th, September 10th.
8:13.
So I'll make a motion to continue this hearing until August 13th.
Just one second, I wanted to address the, just the one comment made by, I forget the name, regarding whether it should be commercial or residential and all this other stuff. One thing I'm sure about after listening and reading and everything, that you didn't just make, you didn't just come up with this project overnight. I'm sure you did a market analysis, right down to determining the amount of rents. If it turns out in a couple of years, people don't want to rent the units for that much, you'll adjust the prices accordingly. Right. So, but it was already discussed that if if they were out there building commercial properties, where would the people live? So I just wanted to clear the air on that one.
I know things change over time, but
Yep.
having worked on the zoning amendments, the town asked us to consider housing when we got this site. We need housing. Can you look at housing?
I've seen high-rises in the middle of construction be turned, because the market changed, be turned from commercial to residential use. So that's how the
We've
market.
got a motion on the table. We don't have a second.
Second.
All right.
Second.
All those in favor of continuing the hearing on 2025-013 to August 13, 2025, with public comment still open. All those in favor?
In favor?
Aye. All right.
Mr. Chairman, other than what we suggested in response to Mr. Alves that we'll draft and submit to you, is there anything else?
Would you just forward the report to CFOC and we'll see if they'll just give us a thumbs up that, that's their pay grade, that's their department, so it'd be great if they were like,
Well, I'll coordinate
we
with
feel
Anna.
like this is
I'll
good for the
coordinate
town.
with Anna to make sure it gets there.
Okay,
And
perfect.
Anything else?
There was a lot discussed too. So if we have any thoughts, are you the
Anna.
contact?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Send to Anna.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We have one more item on the board, on the agenda. It is 10:42. Do we want to continue this or do we want to try to?
They've been sitting here all night. I don't think that's fair.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
We can also take a 3-minute break to use the bathroom. No? 3 minutes? Okay.
The applicant may make our decision for us.
I think we should give the applicant the option.
All right, I will read this into the record while Paul goes to the bathroom.
Mr. Chairman,
Anyone else? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I do have very short 10-slide, 13-slide presentation I'd like to get up on the desktop. So
Okay.
perhaps rather than requesting a continuance off the list, I can meet you in the middle for a 3-minute recess to allow me to get that on the screen.
Sure. Okay. We'll take a 3-minute recess.
Thank you.
All right, returning to open session. Appeal number 2025-019, Black Belt, Barnstable Black Belt LLC is petitioned for a variance pursuant to section 240-52C, Design and Screening Standards, 240-2415C, 3B, Standards for All Districts, Parking Standards, Location, and 224.1.5E, A to E, Surface Parking Lot Standards. The applicant proposes to construct a new multifamily building containing 9 two-bedroom residential apartments on an undeveloped and underutilized lot with 10 parking spaces, associated landscaping, utilities, and related infrastructure. The applicant is requesting relief from the proposed parking lot design and for certain landscaping requirements within the surface parking lot design standards. The subject property is located at 79 Center Street, Hyannis, Mass, as shown on Assessor's Map 327 is parcel 065. It's located in the downtown Main Street DMS zoning district. So I guess sitting on this should be our regular members, myself, Herb, Paul, Mark, and Aaron. That's regular 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing us this evening. I know the hour's late. We promise we'll move as swiftly as possible through these materials. For the record, my name is Patrick Nickerson, the attorney for the applicant at the Law Office of John W. Kenney. He unfortunately does not have the pleasure to be with us tonight. He has some company from out of town, as it were. To my left is Sam Iamelli from JC Engineering, Inc. He's assisting us on the project, standing in for Ed Pesci, whose offices are out of West Dennis. To his left is Maria Dantas from Solvview Plus, Barnstable. To her left is Ben LaFrance from Hawk Design, Inc. Behind them all is Roberto Maya, the principal of Barnstable Black Belt LLC. Essentially, tonight our proposal is to construct 9 two-bedroom apartments with 10 parking spaces, associated landscaping, lighting, etc., on an undeveloped and underutilized lot located at 79 Center Street, Barnstable. If you look at the screen, we have the lot outlined in a blue outline. It's surrounded by public ways, and beyond those public ways are already developed lots. The lot has been mostly cleared, but remains in a somewhat vegetated state. Has frontage on Center Street, Dynaflow Drive, and Willow Ave, is very walkable, conveniently located near several businesses, as described on the slide, and is within walking distance to Main Street and the Hyannis Transportation Center. We've included some street views for you showing the existing conditions as shown on Center Street, on Dynaflow Drive, and on Willow Avenue. Another shot there on Willow Avenue. The procedural history here is that the proposed redevelopment went through site plan review, a rather vigorous process. There were several informal meetings held. They've received final site plan review approval on November 18th, 2024. Then recently on June 9th, the planning board voted to approve the issuance of special permit number 25002, which allowed a 36.43 primary ground story fenestration on the lower level facing Center Street. Under the form-based code, under the downtown Main Street ordinance, 60% is required, but relief can be issued from the planning board if you're going below 60%. Since we're proposing an entirely residential project, the planning board felt that a deviation from 60% to 36.43% was appropriate, given that 60% fenestration, meaning doors, windows, etc., would contribute to a privacy concern for the ground floor residential tenants. So we've been through site plan review, we've been through the planning board. Through that planning board hearing, which was approved unanimously at the single meeting, the applicant was applauded for attempting to complying with the unified design guidelines as well as the design and infrastructure plan. So that's the procedural history here. On our next slide, I'll ask Sam to take us through the proposed site plan.
Good evening, Sam Iamelli with JC Engineering. Mike, please. Good evening, Sam Iamelli, JC Engineering. Just to briefly kind of go over the layout of the lot. So the property here, it's approximately 7,500 square feet.
with roadways surrounding 3 sides of the lot. The proposed 9-unit building will have ground-level entrances facing Center Street, and on the opposite side, we'll have second-level entrances on the Willow Ave side. 10 parking spaces, one of which is handicapped, will be provided along the Willow Ave side, 9 of which are required. The parking facility was located on the Willow Ave side, given it's the least amount of traffic on that road compared to the adjacent roads, and it's consistent with the surrounding parking in the adjacent area. The footprint and the orientation of the building was designed and laid out so that we could comply with all but one dimensional zoning requirement, which, as Patrick said, we had received relief from the planning board for. Additionally, we'd be tying into town sewer and water connections within Center Street. We've also going to capture and discharge stormwater runoff generated by the roof and the paved areas through a series of subsurface infiltration systems located around the property. And with that, I will pass it back.
Okay, thank you. Our next slide, I'll ask Maria to take us through the elevations of the building, starting with this one facing on Center Street.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Maria Dantas. I'm here on behalf of the design team to present the architectural plans for 79 Center Street in Hyannis. I'll be going over the design intent, materials, frontage types, and how the project meets the goals of the Hyannis form-based code. So the goal of the building is to reflect the scale and character of the neighborhood. We've used gable roof forms and stepped massing to help break down the overall scale of the structure, making it feel more residential and less monolithic. For exterior materials, we're using Tando composite shingles, which is this one right here. And we're also using vinyl clapboard siding, which is this one right here. They're both durable and low maintenance options that fit well with the surrounding architecture of the neighborhood. All trim will be exec, which is both moisture resistant and rot resistant. The main unit entry doors would be one panel light style. And for the roofing, we plan on using asphalt shingles. For the frontage types, in alignment with the Hyannis Village Zoning District bylaws, specifically Table 11, this project features 2 types of frontage. On the primary frontage, we have the gallery frontage type with balconies overhanging the sidewalk. And on the secondary, on the secondary frontage, we use an entry plaza type, which highlights the individual entrances to each residential unit. These frontage types are meant to add visual interest and enhance the pedestrian experience. The roof line on Center Street facade peaks at 39 feet and 3 inches, and on Willow Avenue, it peaks at 29 feet and 11 inches. Both are consistent with the neighborhoods, with the buildings in the neighborhood. We've incorporated varied roof lines and facade materials to reduce visual block and add more building dimension. All building elements and light fixtures comply with the Hyannis unified guidelines. Lighting will be low glare and pedestrian friendly, creating a welcoming and safe atmosphere at night. And overall, the design supports the intent of form-based code, contributing to a walkable, attractive, and context-sensitive streetscape. Thank you.
Just note, if you're wondering, the reason the building looks like a 2-story building on Willow Ave and looks like a 3-story building on Center Street is because of the unique topography of this lot. There is an approximate 10-foot difference between the grade facing Willow Avenue versus the grade on Center Street. If you can see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, this green area here is earth, which slopes downward. You can get a better understanding of the topography when you look at the building on either Dynaflow Drive or by the abutting property to the right. With that, I'll turn it over to Ben to take us through the landscape plan.
Sure. Thank you, Patrick. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Ben LaFrance with Hawk Design. We designed the landscape here on this property. We have proposed 5 shade trees, all native or cultivars thereof, native species, and over 70 shrubs located throughout the property, mostly concentrated on the north side of the building, facing Dynaflow Drive, and on the easterly side of the building facing Center Street. Again, with the shrubs, they're all hardy material to the Cape, all tried, true, tested species, so they'll be low maintenance. Most of those species that we have selected for the shrubs are also native species to Cape Cod or cultivars thereof. So again, very friendly shrubs, low maintenance. You can see here on the plan, we've located 3 shade trees. Those are Armstrong red maples along Center Street. We have 1 at the corner of Dynaflow Drive and Center Street, and then an elm located at the off the corner of our parking area there. What those shade trees do is really start breaking down the massing of the building that Maria just reviewed with you. Really start to reduce the scale of it, especially when you look at it from Center Street. They'll also provide shade for the residents. As you saw in that elevation, there's a porch, an upper porch, which is on the first floor of the building, which is really the second floor as looked at it from Center Street. So that will provide some shade as well for that porch area for the residents. You could see as an underlay here, we've got a few areas of subsurface infiltration systems. One of those is located to the north of the building along Dynaflow Drive. We've covered that over with shrubs, but obviously that's subsurface, so that kind of limits what we can do there. As well as to the south of the building, there's another subsurface infiltration system for drainage. To the south of the building, we have a lawn area over that one. And the reason for the lawn there is really an area for our residents to enjoy a little bit of lawn, go out there, play ball, throw a ball around, maybe kick a soccer ball around. So that allows us just a little bit of ability to have some lawn in there. You'll also notice south of our proposed parking area, we do have a trash receptacle storage area. That would be obviously for the trash for our residents. Easy pickup location there. And that occupies that southern end of the parking area. So I'm available to answer any questions that you may have, but I'll turn it back over to Patrick.
Thank you. Just briefly, by way of zoning background, again, we're located in the DMS district where multifamily use is allowable as of right, provided that certain conditions are met. Section 240-24.1.5E limits the number of dwelling units in the building to the dimensional requirements of the building, which we've demonstrated we've met, plus the actual motor vehicle parking spaces provided on the property per Table 2. 1 parking space is required per unit under Section 240-24.1.5C. We have 9 two-bedroom apartment units being proposed, and 10 parking spaces are provided, meaning that we meet the parking requirements of the DMS, meaning that the multifamily use is allowable as of right, because we also meet the form-based code requirements of the DMS regarding the facade build-out. The only area of the facade build-out we don't meet has been blessed by the planning board, which has allowed us to reduce the 60% fenestration requirement on Center Street to 36.43. So we are either dimensionally compliant with the form-based code, or we have previous relief granted by the planning board. Because of that fact, and because we provide the requisite parking, multifamily use is allowable as of right in the DMS. Next, I would just like to touch on the requested relief. And I admit that when you look at the attachment submitted with our application, it truly does look like a lot of relief. But when you look at it as a broader scale, there's really only 3 areas of relief we're seeking. And I've ordered them, in my opinion, in their list of importance. The first area of relief we're seeking is a variance from Section 24052C, which provides that parking areas for 5 or more cars shall be designed with enough maneuvering space so that vehicles need not back onto a public way. Given the location of the lot, its topography, its shape, which is affected by the 3 public ways surrounding the property, there's really no other feasible way to park than there is in the rear of the building or within the frontage on Willow Avenue. If you recall from the first slide, if you just give me 1 second, I'll get back there. There's a number of abutting businesses that engage in the same method of parking, if you will. Here's the immediate abutter on Willow Avenue vehicle. This vehicle's parked nose in facing the building. It will necessarily need to back up onto Willow Avenue in order to park and to leave the area. You get a better view of it as an overhead where you have multiple vehicles all down Willow Avenue parking in such a way that requires them to back out onto Willow Avenue in order to travel away from the property. We felt that the parking area on the Willow Ave side of the building, if you will, was far preferable to the center street side of the building where traffic is heavier. Willow Ave appears to be really seldomly traveled unless you have property there, and vehicles mostly up and down the street will back out into the Willow Ave in order to leave. That's our first request for relief. The second request for relief is related again to the parking lot. It's under section 240-24.1.5 C3B, which prohibits motor vehicle parking within the frontage area of a lot and any required landscape buffer. There's no other reasonable way to put the parking given the shape of the lot, its topography, its relation to Willow Ave and the other public ways. It therefore must be within the frontage of Willow Ave and within an otherwise required landscape buffer separating the parking lot from the public way. Which takes us to the last request for relief, which is section 240-24.1.5E, which includes a number of very specific landscape parking requirements. And it gets so specific that it breaks down the types of trees, whether it be a canopy tree, understory tree, or evergreen tree. And we're requesting relief from sections A through E. I can go through it as swiftly as I can. Section 240-24.1.5 EA, for instance, requires a 3-inch minimum caliper low water use, low maintenance tree provided for every 5 parking spaces and must be located within 10 feet of the parking lot. We're only proposing one 3.5 caliper tree. Let me get that plan back up for you again. Here. And we're requesting a relief from that additional 3.5-inch caliper tree. The second request under this subsection is that a front landscape buffer of at least 10 feet wide must be provided between any parking lot and any lot line abutting an improved way and must include one of the following features over the span of 50 linear feet: 1 canopy tree, 1 understory or evergreen tree, 5 medium shrubs and 5 small shrubs, or a fence or a wall, or a maximum of 4 feet in height. Again, we're not proposing any landscape buffer on Willow Avenue. It's not possible because we need the vehicles to park nose into the building. And to the extent this section also applies to the landscape buffer between the parking lot and between Center Street, we're seeking relief, but noting that we're providing 4 canopy trees, a number of shrubs and perennials on Center Street. To the extent this section applies to the landscape buffer separating the parking lot and Dynaflow Drive, we're also requesting relief because the buffer ranges from only approximately 4 feet to 14.2 feet, includes 2 canopy trees, 36 shrubs, 1 evergreen tree. We're almost there. We've got just 3 more to cover. The next request for relief relates to a side or rear landscape buffer, which must be at least 6 feet wide. It must be provided between any side or rear lot line at any parking lot with 5 or more parking spaces, excluding any vehicular connections to abutting parking lots, and must include the following features over the span of 50 linear feet: 2 understory or evergreen trees, 3 large shrubs, and 5 shrubs, or a fence or a wall at least 6 feet in height. Again, we're not proposing any landscape buffer along Willow Ave. We're requesting relief from that section with respect to Willow Ave. The proposed landscape buffer is approximately 4 feet at its narrowest point, which is less than the 6-foot requirement. Includes the 2 canopy trees, 36 shrubs, 1 evergreen tree, and requesting relief from 2 understory or evergreen trees with respect to this buffer. We are proposing additional landscaping, which is within the road layout of Dynaflow Drive. The lot line doesn't go all the way to the edge of the pavement, but the applicant has proposed additional plantings in the earth within the road layout to match uniformity with what's being planted, so there's not a bare spot separating the street from the buffer. And the proposed buffer abutting 59 Center Street, the property here, if you're watching the mouse, includes 9 shrubs. Given the subsurface drainage system, given the desire to have some area of lawn, which you might be able to have a picnic for one of the residential tenants or throw a ball, the buffer does not meet the requirements of the ordinance, and we're seeking relief because it does not span 50 linear feet, and because it only includes 9 shrubs. Finally, we've just got 2 more. A landscape buffer of at least 10 feet wide under subsection D must be provided between any building and any parking lot with 10 or more parking spaces, which excludes entrances, service loading areas, utility locations, etc. Must include the following features over a span of 50 linear feet: 2 understory or evergreen trees, 4 medium shrubs, 6 small shrubs. We have no proposed landscape buffer between the building and the parking lot, and we're requesting relief from this section because the landscape buffer would interrupt the travel of the tenants who park and then must access the building on foot. Finally, under subsection E, at least 10% of any parking lot with 10 or more parking spaces must be landscaped. We have no percentage of the parking lot proposed to be landscaped under the plan. There's simply not room, given the applicant's election to provide 10 parking spaces, plus an access aisle for the handicap van accessible space pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act. Finally, to just touch on the various variance conditions and argument, Section 240, 126 of the zoning ordinance authorizes the board to grant a variance from the provisions of the ordinance if the board specifically finds that owing to circumstances related to the soil, shape, topography of such land or structures, and especially affecting such land or structures, but not affecting generally the zoning district in which it is located, a literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance or bylaw would involve a substantial hardship, financial or otherwise, to the appellant, and that desirable relief may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good, without nullifying or substantially derogating from the intent or the purpose of such ordinance or bylaw. As we've previously discussed, the property has 3 frontages on the public ways of Center Street, Dynaflow Drive, and Willow Avenue. The road layouts of these ways necessarily affect the shape of the property. A lot having 3 frontages is unique in the DMS, and the property has a unique topography. Its frontage on Willow Avenue, the grade of the earth on Willow Avenue is approximately 10 feet higher than the frontage on Center Street. That such a feature exists on a property with 3 frontages is especially unique, and these features do not generally affect the DMS district. A literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would involve a substantial hardship here because the development could not proceed. As previously discussed, the proposed building achieves compliance with the bulk regulations of Section 240-24.16B and Table 3, which relate to the form-based code regarding how wide the building has to be, regarding how the frontage types it has to have, and noting that we've been excused from the primary ground story fenestration requirement on Center Street. But given the shape of the lot, its topography, we cannot simultaneously achieve compliance with the form-based code and also achieve compliance with the sections for which we're seeking relief. Namely, we need to park behind the building on Willow Avenue, nose in. We need to be able to back into the public way. We can't have a landscape buffer back there because it will interrupt the path of the vehicles to the building. And we cannot, despite proposing 5 shade trees, 71 shrubs, and 14 perennials, those plantings in and of themselves do not meet the various technical requirements of the surface parking lot landscaping requirements set forth in the ordinance, which really flow from the location of the parking lot itself next to a public way. I submit that desirable relief can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and without nullifying or substantially derogating from the intent or purpose of the ordinance. As we've shown on the GIS map, at least 5 neighboring properties utilize those parking areas to the rear of their buildings in the frontages on Willow Avenue, which is seldomly traveled. Granting the desired relief under sections 240-52C, 240-24.15C3B, and do not result in a substantial detriment to the public good. Granting relief under section 240-24.15E, A through E, may similarly be accomplished because the generous amount of landscaping provided really attempts to meet the spirit and intent of the ordinance, and the landscape plan in and of itself is designed to promote long-term and sustainable plant growth. Based on the following, we submit that sufficient conditions exist for the issuances of the variances as requested, and we respectfully request that you vote in favor of granting them, allowing the redevelopment to proceed as presented. I understand it's late. If you have any questions, I'll be certainly happy to answer them or refer you to one of my colleagues who might be better informed, depending on the nature of the question. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to make a motion to continue to July 23rd, 2025.
Second.
All those in favor?
In favor.
Opposed? Abstentions? None. All right, so that item's continued.
Didn't see that coming, did you?
I mean, you guys can vote me down, but you guys vote in favor. I'm just, I can't operate for the town right now, and
frankly, I can't.
I don't have it in me.
Qualifies as a public hearing.
And I do have questions, and it is late.
I mean, I will have to watch the video before the next meeting. I'm cooked. I started my day at 4:30 this morning, so I'm done. Cape Cod Commission agenda, correspondence, Cape Cod Commission agenda 6/26/25 at 3 p.m. Oh, we received the agenda. Cape Cod Country Club hearing 7, what? Am I actually reading what it says? The Cape Cod Country Club hearing?
Yeah.
What is
They want
that?
to make it a solar plot, I think.
7/10/25 at 5 p.m. Any matters not reasonably anticipated? Upcoming hearings, July 23rd, 2025, remote, August 5th, August 13th, 2025 in person, August 27th, 2025 remote. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstained? We are done.